Hi, chat. Funny seeing you here. Hello. So we got day 5 of Karen Reed. And Unhung Hero for $5 says, "Oh, I'm gonna come. 6:35, going extra late to avoid being late and gay, building an extra 5 minutes." Huh? I tried to set it up to do like a random fucking time, like 6:33. And it wouldn't let me do it. So that's what I picked. So that's what happened there. And Karen says, "I'm here, you could start." That's why we started. You gave me the go ahead, sir. So anyways, day 5 of Karen Reed, guys. This is gonna be interesting. I was listening to bits and pieces of it on long crime and throughout the day, watching Twitter. This is I saw some screenshots and I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke, but holy cow, a bunch of stuff happened that's real. A bunch of stuff happened that's real. So, let's see what you guys got here. Bella's saying, "Oh, it's a circus with the clowns." Yes. Yes, I saw Runkle's comments and those are funny as heck. So we are gonna get started, and yeah, I just some of this stuff is crazy. Some of this stuff is crazy, and I don't get it. I truly don't get it. I don't understand. I just yeah. That's all I can say. That's all I can say right now from what I've heard so far. The truth of the case is too stupid for a Law and Order plot. Yeah, that's the thing. And to be fair, I've had cases where if I told you what happened on some of these, you guys wouldn't believe me. Cases I've defended, cases I've prosecuted, cases I've just heard about. Truth is stranger than fiction, but my gosh, this is. Oh, FF14 is under a DDoS attack? Oh no. I'll make you laugh. I'll try to. All right, so here we go, guys. Day 5 of Caron Red. Because technically is it Red or Reed? You know. Imagine somebody gets really mad at her, she's not understanding something, you scream at her like, "Reed, Karen, Reed, Reed, what the hell's going on?" And she's like, "But my name's Karen Reed." Okay. Boo. It also seems like they just got done fairly recently. So here we go. Programming notes for tomorrow before I get too far. Programming notes for tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, we will catch up with the half day. I got court in the morning. I gotta go drop off some papers to the service guy, process server. So my morning is kind of occupied. I gotta mow the yard tomorrow too before it rains. So probably like mid-afternoon or so, we'll probably be doing the catch up. I will be at some point probably this week on with the Unraveling. They're one of the people that have been following Richard Allen. They invited me on to come talk and just hang out for a little bit. That might be tomorrow night or Wednesday night. So whichever night we're not doing that, YouTube members, we're gonna do. We're gonna do it 2 weeks in a row at least. We'll give it a shot. See what you guys like. We'll do some of that body cam watching again. I think it's a fun time. I only know you're live because of the Twitter feed. Oh, okay. Well, I will say in 2.0, I think is still correct. The guaranteed way to know that I'm broadcasting, other than Twitter, is on Twitch. Twitch is the only one reliably doing it. Patrick says, "Imagine mowing your own lawn, get a goat." Yeah, or some sheep. It's a lawnmower you can make a sweater out of, and then eventually you can eat it when it quits working. And then Wednesday, it's my understanding it's going to be a normal day in court. I will be home Wednesday. I got to double check. Yeah, I think the thing got moved. I'm available all day Wednesday. We're going to do Wednesday live chat. And then Thursday morning, we'll be doing Thursday morning live. Friday, I've got a bench trial. I got a really don't want to do. It's gonna suck, but we're gonna get toasted. But apparently, people want to have their day in court, so we're gonna go to trial Friday, and I'm gonna get my ass kicked. And then I'll be back on Friday at some point, and we'll start catching up. I don't know what time that'll be on Friday. So that is the name of the day. No court on Wednesdays? Is it every Wednesday there's no court? I thought it was just this past Wednesday. Do you guys know the answer to that? So we'll get people a couple minutes to filter in here. Shree says, are we streaming on locals tonight? No. This is taking the place of locals because I don't want to rush this. Apparently, this was really good today. Yeah. Ariel says there's court every day. Okay, good. The way I understood it was just last week was the Wednesday they skipped. Every other Wednesday is a full day, and then every Tuesday and Thursday are half days, from what I understand. Charlie says, how do you know you're already being buck broken on Friday? I wish I could tell you everything I know, but what I know is not good. So, last Wednesday was law day. Auntie Bev had to get her hair cut. Am I right though about the Tuesday and Thursdays? Every Tuesday, Thursday is still only a half day? Or was that just this past week? Yes, I'm right. Okay, good. Yep, half day is perfect. I'm gonna pull a Ricada and just not. No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't want to risk getting a warrant or a contempt show cause for me. I would never do that. Not for a trial. No. I'll never not just show up. That's ridiculous. That's not, that is no bueno. No bueno. No bueno. Yes, inside of me are two wolves, and both of them are highly autistic. Very autistic. Jackus, for $10, says, I know nothing about this case outside of what Turtle Boy has said. I remember he said once that he had fabricated evidence. He had his own issues where he had fabricated some evidence for his own issues that he was dealing with in court. Not for Karen Reed, but for his own matters, which he shouldn't do because it makes you look like a dumb fuck. But he did that, so would I be able to explain? Just did, and then OH. I don't spell that. I'm not a Ohio State fan. But I will say IO is the 4 letters you use to spell the name of my state. So sorry, I don't do the whole thing Ohio State fans do. My apologies. Jacket says, oh, understood. Yeah. Just say you had too much to drink. That works for court. Oh! Yeah, try that. That's a good idea. Fake Buckeye confirmed. I know. I'm in Ohio. I live in Ohio, and I fucking love Michigan. Fucking love them. Should be banished to Michigan for not being Ohio State. Yeah, see, Ohio's still too kick-ass of a state. If the Buckeyes weren't so cringe, I probably would have cheered for him as a kid. Also, who has red as a color? Blue is such a cooler color anyway. So, we'll get started. Let's go. We got a bunch of people, almost 200 people. Well, 150 on here, and then a bunch of ghosts on Twitter. IO, since the guy from the mistake on the lake is wrong. Well, Arlo says defense attorney where I'm from showed up to court late and drunk a few years ago. Now he's in jail because he shot someone in the head. Well, that's one way to handle it. Also, guys, if you're out there and if you're in school, it should be congratulations getting done with finals. Survived another year, another semester. So here we go. Here we go, chat.
Your Honor, Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Tinetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, counsel wanted to see me?
I did, Your Honor. Judge, as I indicated in an email that I sent to your clerk last night and copied to Commonwealth.
I have not seen the email.
Okay, well, I'll explain what was in it. Essentially, I was alerting the court that I would like to be heard prior to the start of testimony today because since Katie McLaughlin testified on Thursday and Friday, we received a deluge of photographs that put her.
And if you guys remember, she's the EMT who's like, no, I'm not friends with her. I knew of her. And Twitter blew it up and showed there's like a million pictures of them hanging out together. Like they're friends, friends forever. They're friends. They're friends. And it looks like she was lying. And he got blown up of pictures. So here we go.
Her with Caitlin Albert on many different occasions after they graduated high school. We received information from their high school yearbook that they were more than just acquaintances in high school. They were teammates on the track team. And even after I sent that email with the photographs that I attached to it, late last night, we received another photo where Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert are standing next to each other in a photo at a baby shower in June of 2021, about 8 months before John O'Keefe's death. It's very clear to us that Katie McLaughlin perjured herself. And I wanted to discuss the issue of the admissibility of not only the photographs that we're now providing that we just received over the weekend, but I also want to resurrect the admissibility of H, I, J, and K for identification. And I think a discussion of this, Your Honor, needs to start with what court orders are currently in place. The leading case with regard to the provision of reciprocal discovery when the defense is offering.
Oh, so you want to get back to Rule 14, the Rule 14 issue?
It is a Rule 14 issue.
Okay.
That's supplemented
hold on one second. So on top of that, we can discuss this later. I'd like to get the trial started.
That's fine, Your Honor. My belief, my strong belief, is that we need to determine this today. And the reason is that Caitlin Albert is coming up as a witness for the Commonwealth. She faces the same areas of cross-examination that Katie McLaughlin faced, and these photos are relevant to her cross-examination.
Okay. All right. So aside from the Rule 14 issue, I also think this is cumulative. I don't have the email. I do have the photos, but we can address this. When do you expect the Albert? I'm sorry. What's her name?
Caitlin Albert.
Caitlin Albert.
I'd say midweek, probably. It depends on how far we get today.
So we'll address this either today or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Scheduling purposes. So
now that's not unfair. We'll address that issue when we get to it. We got witnesses we could take care of today. That's fine. That's fine. That's actually not a bad. I know people are like, oh my God, let's do it now. It's going to be sitting there when you get to it later.
So, Sergeant Link, is he testifying today?
Yes, Ron.
All right. So we need a voir dire of him. I expect that might take a while. Is he testifying this morning, or can we use the lunch break for that? I need to know if it's around 11 o'clock, we'll have a voir dire. I'll just order coffee. I just need to know about that.
So I anticipate two witnesses prior to him. So again, I can't predict necessarily how long.
How long will you be with those two witnesses?
With those two witnesses, probably half hour, maybe a little more with each.
Okay. Any idea how long the cross will be with those witnesses?
Probably, I will handle one of those witnesses. Mr. Yannetti will handle the other, and I would say at least a half an hour on cross-examination, maybe a little bit more.
Okay. Would it be up to an hour on each? I'm just, again, scheduling. I'm not limiting you at all. I'm just curious.
Thank you. I don't.
Robert, that's going in our trial queue because that looks pretty interesting. I don't want to get too much into it because I haven't seen it yet, but yeah, that looks really bad. And I'm putting that into our kind of our backlog of stuff to watch.
Don't think we exceed an hour. I would say safely, I know it's a big range, but between a half an hour and an hour, I think, for each of them.
I
Okay.
think that's probably accurate.
All right. Paul, can I see you for a second?
So here's an estimate. This is wrong. Oh, interesting. Oh, we're gonna speed this up a little, Chad. How rude of me.
All right. Thank you. So we will all set to bring the jurors in?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Jim.
We also have exhibit 8.
8.
Thank you.
Where's the ceiling fan? We need to know if it's working. Is it still alive? Your son should have learned not to hit by a car, lady.
Rise for the jury.
There's no fan.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning,
Funny
jurors.
how they do that.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions, and I appreciate your patience. We had to work out a few things this morning. So, was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you were able to refrain from seeing or reading or hearing anything about this case since we left the other day. So with that, I'm going to see counsel at sidebar and
This is the one thing I don't get about her. She's like, we got a jury. Let's get the jury going. And then, oh, wait, I need you guys to come here. What the hell are you doing? Come on, Auntie Bev. And Karen's just sitting there with a disapproving Karen stare, which I don't blame her at this point. Did I notice her new haircut yet? No. Celine Dion wanted royalties. That's why. Eric says 15 late. You haven't missed anything yet. Also, Sleuthy, if you're still here, I shot you a DM on Twitter. Just saying hello. I don't know if you saw it yet. But Jackets, yes, the lady with the CPAP on, she is a court reporter. It's called a steno mask. And literally, it's like an old school way of like you talk at types. And you see her and she's like going along. It's called a steno mask. It's an older school way of kind of doing stuff. So let's see here. Oh, she did get her hair done. Did she get a cut and color? Or is this just light make it look a little lighter? But yeah, she cleaned up the front. Man, it's Bang City with this judge. Let's see here.
Be mindful and step up.
Morning.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name? Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher. Last name Gallager.
Another
And how are you employed, sir?
Massachusetts.
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department. And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton?
Gallagher.
A total of 32 years. 2 years as a permanent intermittent officer,
Yeah.
30 years full time.
Oof.
And you indicated that you are a lieutenant. Is that correct? That is correct. And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant? I was promoted to lieutenant August 1st of 2021. What did you do with Canton Police prior to becoming lieutenant? I was the detective sergeant from 2018 until I was promoted in 2021. And what is it, just starting with that, what is it that a detective sergeant does? So when a patrolman takes an initial report, anything that needs follow-up, the detective sergeant makes sure it's assigned to a detective, usually the next detective working, and make sure that all the steps are taken to manage the cases and bring it to fruition, if possible. And what is it, what are your general duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant with Canton? Currently, I am in charge of internal affairs, background checks, patrol, and I oversee detectives. You say currently, what was the problem? I was promoted in 2021. At that time, Lieutenant Keller was the lieutenant in charge of detectives. We have since had a change of police and our assignments have changed. Now, were you working with Canton Police on the morning of January 29th, 2022? I was. And at some point, did you receive a phone call? I did. And about what time was that and who called? That was shortly after 6 a.m. It was Sergeant Sean Good. And he's a member of your department as well? He is. He's the 12 to 8 supervisor, which our shifts actually run 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m., but we call it the 12 to 8 shift. And what, if anything, was indicated to you in this call from Sergeant Good? Sergeant Good told me he was responding to a scene where a party was found unconscious, possibly not breathing in the snow. He stated his name was John O'Keefe. He was a Boston police officer who resided on Meadows Ave. He further told me that he had gotten a call earlier about John O'Keefe not returning home that night. His friends had called the hospitals, then they called the police, then they went out and looked for him and they found him unconscious and not breathing in the snow. And based on that information, what, if anything, did you do? I told him I would respond. Where were you initially responding? I was initially responding to Meadows Ave. I misinterpreted when he said he was a Boston police officer on Meadows Ave. I thought they discovered him on Meadows Ave. And subsequently, did you learn a different location in response to that location? I did. What was that location that you subsequently determined was where you were going? When I called the dispatch to find out the exact address, I was told it was 32 Fairview Road. And that was from the dispatch, is that correct? That's correct. It was Officer Dever who answered the phone. That would be Officer Kelly Dever, is that correct? That's correct. Now, did you go straight from home to the scene, or did you go stop somewhere else prior to? I stopped at Canton Police Department prior to that. And what was the purpose of stopping at Canton Police Department prior to going to Fairview? I was picking up some winter gear, and I advised Sergeant Good via the radio that all midnight personnel was to be held till further notice. And you say winter gear, as far as you're responding to a scene, what, if any, other sort of equipment did you procure when you went to Canton Police?
It was clothing. I needed a winter jacket, hat, things of that nature. I was responding in my personal vehicle.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived on Fairview Road that morning?
I arrived shortly after 7 a.m.
And when you arrived, what, if anything, was it that you observed upon your arrival?
There were some vehicles pulling away, but parked by where the scene was were 3 Canton police vehicles and 1 black Toyota pickup truck that is assigned to our detectives.
And who, if anyone else from your department was there at that time?
When I arrived, the 3 marked units were occupied by Officer Mullaney, Officer Sarif, Sergeant Good, and the Toyota pickup was driven there by Detective Sergeant Lank.
And as far as by the time you arrived, Mr. O'Keefe is no longer on scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what, if any, vehicles or apparatus or any personnel from the fire department were on scene by the time that you arrived?
None.
Now, when you first arrived, who, if anyone, did you first sort of speak with on scene?
I first encountered Sergeant Good.
And you had a conversation with him, is that correct?
That is correct.
And who, if anyone else, did you talk to?
Detective Sergeant Lank joined us as well.
And following these initial conversations with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, what did you do with that?
Once they updated me on the case, we decided that we had to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It was snowing heavily. Sometimes the wind was blowing north, sometimes it was south. It was changing directions. And we discussed how to process where Mr. O'Keefe was found, because at the time we had no idea how he came to be where he was.
And with respect to that, first, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was, who, if anyone, directed you to where Mr. O'Keefe had been prior to your arrival?
When I arrived and I spoke with Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lank, they updated me on the case. They had told me that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to the hospital, that they were doing CPR on him at that time. They told me that he was bleeding from the mouth and nose, and that he may have had swelling above one of his eyes. They told me that they transported his girlfriend as well, and they told me the circumstances surrounding that incident. They told me that at some point after the phone call to the police station, friends, the woman's name was Kerry Roberts, picked up Miss McCabe and John O'Keefe's girlfriend, Karen Reed, and they drove around and they discovered Mr. O'Keefe on the left side of the property. I would call it the east side of the property, unconscious and not breathing in the snow.
Now, this area that Sergeant Good directed you to where he indicated Mr. O'Keefe was, you mentioned that it was snowing heavily at this time, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
And about how much snow was on the ground in this area at the time that you initially went over?
I would say at least 4 inches of snow.
Now, with reference to, as far as you mentioned, sort of processing, what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to that scene as far as that was concerned?
So it was a unique scene because of the weather. Sergeant Lank had notified Norfolk County CPAC. He had advised them that.
Sustained.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question, please?
So Detective Sergeant Lank had reached out to Norfolk County CPAC, correct?
That's correct.
And what is CPAC?
It's the State Police Investigative Unit of the District Attorney's Office, Crime Prevention and Control.
And what, if any, as far as that notification is concerned, what is sort of a protocol when you have an unintended death?
So when we have an unintended death, the Norfolk County CPAC unit responds and takes jurisdiction. In this particular case, Mr. O'Keefe was still alive. So they declined to respond at that time.
It may be a term that's pretty well understood, but when you say unattended death, what do you mean by that?
An unexplained death, a person who was alone at the time of their death.
And so at this point, no one from state police had responded or was responding to the scene of that death.
That is correct.
And so what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with regard to the scene where Mr. O'Keefe had been located in snow?
So we decided on how we were going to process the area. Our concern was there were some light pink spots in the snow, and we thought it may be blood. So we were discussing how to get to that, uncover the blood safely. We decided we were going to process the scene with a leaf blower. I figured we could direct the snow off the area in a controlled fashion. At that time,
I'm just spitballing here. Spitballing. It's snow. So it's literally something you can pick up. You could pick up the entire sample. You could scoop it up into like a bag. Like what the fuck? I mean, do you have like, is this like a certified leaf blower? Is this forensic grade? Like, what's inside that leaf blower when you're turning it on? What kind of crap is spewing out of it? Means it got some like latent dog shit stuck inside, so it's blowing little dog shit particles all over the scene. Like what? Like, yeah. This is like going listening like the Hee Hawville, Ohio Police Department. Jesus, these guys get paid like 6 figures, and they're just like acting like Hillbilly Jim. And I can say that because I grew up out in Hillbillyville. But Jesus.
Time, Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a snowblower. But what I told him in the meantime, I wanted to photograph the area. I wanted all the cruises away from the house. There was one cruise, I believe, occupied Officer Sarif directly in front of where Mr. O'Keefe was. I wanted him backed up. And there was crime scene tape set up, and it was blowing wildly in the wind. It was serving no purpose at that time. There were no civilians or witnesses about. And I knew we had 2 officers who could protect the scene while we processed it. So Sergeant Good, before he left to get the leaf blower, he directed the officers to move their cruises. I told Sergeant Lank the most important thing he could do at this time would.
The objection sustained. Move on to your next question, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, that's too long.
Now,
Break it up.
you mentioned that there was some crime scene tape that was set up around. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how was that accomplished?
Sergeant Good and my Detective Sergeant Lank put out the crime scene tape.
Do you know what, if anything, they were able to use to attach it to in order to set it up around where Mr. O'Keefe had been found?
I believe they used a fire hydrant, a tree, a flagpole, and I'm not sure what else. I don't recall specifically what it was attached to.
And with regard, you mentioned there were photographs that were taken prior to the implementation of a leaf blower. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I can just ask a little bit about that. As far as the leaf blower was concerned, why was that a decision as far as that being an implement to use in this particular scene?
It was a unique scene. There was snow. I had never processed a scene in the snow. I had seen a leaf blower used in the snow, and it's quite effective at being controlled. So that's why it was readily accessible. The scene was debilitating as we were on scene with the weather. Snow was piling up, and I thought that was the best method at that time.
And prior to the arrival of Sergeant Good back to the scene with the leaf blower, what, if anything else, was done to sort of document the scene at that time?
In addition to photographs, what we did was I wasn't sure how the roadway ended. I wasn't sure if there was a sidewalk, a curb, a berm, or whether it was just grass, excuse me. So Sergeant Lank and I dug out what I believe is called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm, exposed it so we could get a better perspective of how far Mr. O'Keefe might have been off the roadway.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, did they blow the shoe down the road?
Direct your attention. Direct your attention what's commonly marked as exhibit 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Please review those. Look up.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach this briefly?
Sure.
What are we? But they're like, Yana, we can't stop the leaf blower. It won't shoot. I really hope there's not going to be footage of them
Mr.
going,
Lally, hold on for a second.
oh.
I'll see counsel again at sidebar on this issue.
They're going what? Oh my gosh, what are we doing this for now? Do these cops realize they're idiots? I don't know. Yes. They're sponsored by Husqvarna. Oh my gosh, listen to people from Massachusetts try to say that. See, I'm more of a steel guy myself. I mean, for chainsaws, yes, Husqvarna makes phenomenal chainsaws.
Yes. Jurors, I had told you before how important it is that our record is clear, and that's why I'm sort of making this take longer than it would otherwise. So,
Yes, I said stenomass before. If I didn't make that clear, yes, that's the actual name for it. Looks like she's calling in airstrikes. He's still steel is better than Husky for saws.
Mr. Lally, can you simply hand her a note telling her what numbers?
Yeah, Sean, I'm just writing.
Look at them a lot.
No.
Thank you very much.
Steel's not bad either, but I mean, then again, though, my dad had like a Poulon or a Poland or however you want to call it. That thing ran like a fucking rape date forever. I think it still runs as far as this chainsaw goes.
Yeah. So I would ask that the next 13 exhibits be marked. Next 13 photographs in the book be marked. That's right.
No.
Okay.
Steak. Since the defense is claiming the police cover up, will they be able to ask this witness? No, that would immediately that's mistrial territory. You can't do that.
Thank you.
Until you get to the point where you've proven it. You can't start doing that now. You know what? Who's never tested leaf blowers together? Wrangler Star. He did the power drill torture test. We need to see the leaf blower torture test. All right, come on. Come on. Oh my God. Why aren't these all labeled prior to the start? Just kill me now. Just kill me now. And here's the thing. I do not blame her. This is not her fault. It's it's Auntie Bev and Lally's fault. This is their fault. Why is this not done? Because I'll tell you this much: in the courtrooms I'm in, if you're doing this, if you have fucked up this bad, that the quarters have. I mean, here's the thing: and where I'm at in my AO, I'll call it my AO, my area of operations. Sound like an operator. You mark your own shit. There is no we walk up to the court, but can you please mark this for me? No. Here's a stack of defendant stickers. Fucking sticker them up. Here's state stickers. Get it going, chief. There is none of this. You might get away with it once, but if you had to do this the whole time, oof, it ain't a good look. It ain't a good look out in this neck of the woods. This is just weird. They're basically making this lady do all of it, and it's just eat some time. Eat some time. These could have been pre-marked. Pre-marked, and they're not pre-marked.
I'll turn them to the witness as well.
Yes.
Madam Court, por atrás, y luego- Thank you.
They were pre-marked.
Gentlemen, I'd like to have
What's going on?
the first of those photographs up on the screen. If you could enlarge that just a bit. And Lieutenant, I don't believe that's the first photograph for you, but if you could locate that within the
Sure.
file.
I believe that's Exhibit 30.
If you could just describe to the jury what if anything we're looking at in this exhibit.
So that is in front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton. It's looking westerly or the direction towards Chapman Street, and it's documenting the conditions at the time.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Lieutenant, at any points you've asked already, this is a legal.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, please.
That is simply documenting that the number 34 is on the mailbox. That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you have a number on that in front of you?
Yes, I do. It's Exhibit 22.
Thank you.
There are two of these, I believe, or similar. I just want to make sure I have the correct one. 22. That would be 22, yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph, sir, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of the scene and roadway when you arrived that morning?
It is. It's the mailbox with the number 34 on it, and it shows two vehicles in the driveway of 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, the next photograph. If you could, Lieutenant, when you locate this, indicate which exhibit we're looking at in this one.
That's Exhibit 28. It's a different angle of the driveway showing the third car in the driveway. I wanted to document what was in the driveway at that time.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
It's Exhibit 29, and basically it documents the same thing. The entirety of the house from I guess it would be a westerly view, and the three cars that were in the driveway at the time I arrived.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's Exhibit 31, and it's a close-up of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. And you can see the very light pink spotting that we thought may be blood. And there was an object in the center as well, which we didn't know what it was at that time.
Subsequent, did you learn what that object was?
Yes,
What did you learn?
it was a broken clear cocktail glass. And the pink spot was frozen or coagulated blood.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's Exhibit 23. And it's basically showing that the scene was trampled by rescue workers, witnesses, et cetera, but you can still see, the pink spotting in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was.
As far as footprints within the snow that you observed, you indicated that the scene was trampled or walked over by first responders, correct?
Correct.
And the footprints that you observed, what footprints did you, so what areas around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where it was indicated to you that Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were those footprints located?
They were located between the street and where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
And as far as between where Mr. O'Keefe was found and the house of residence at 34 Fairview, what, if any, footprints did you observe in that area?
I didn't observe any footprints at that time.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for the next photograph, please.
That is Exhibit 24. And it's showing a westerly shot of the scene. Still found in this area here, and it depicts the wind blowing in that direction at the time.
And
How do you
self-evident that
determine
it's wind blowing
anything?
in that direction based on what?
How do you determine anything from this picture?
The flag flying.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Seriously, potato camera. Did they use like hold on, you know what? Wait. Yeah. I know where they got these cameras. I had a flip phone like when I was in college. That's what they used to take this picture with. One of those old LG flip phones you could beat the shit out of. That's where this came from. I could tell.
That is Exhibit 20. That is the I believe it's called a 6-inch Cape Cod asphalt berm that separated the roadway from the property of 34 Fairview. And this is the long look to where
Very
Mr.
much.
O'Keefe was discovered.
Minecraft mode. It's the Monday
Next
Cam.
photograph, Ms. Gilman.
Again, that's a close-up of one of the exhibits we saw earlier. Again, you can see the spotting and the glass here. This is, I believe this is Exhibit 26.
So, next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
This is Exhibit 27, and it's some, what we believe was frozen or coagulated blood spotting.
Next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
And that's a different view, close-up of the scene, and that's Exhibit 32.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman.
That's when we first uncovered the berm, the 6-inch berm. And it's just a smaller picture, close-up of that berm. It's Exhibit 25.
Yep.
Reference to the sort of uncovering of the berm as you've described it, what, if anything, did you use to uncover the berm?
I believe we just used our foot to uncover that.
So this is not the
I believe
scene.
it's the last photograph.
This is not the scene as it appeared. This is the scene as it appeared after you started adulterating it. That is not that's not what it looked like until you messed with it.
This is the location from the berm to where Mr. O'Keefe was found. It's just a long view, and it's Exhibit 21.
Did you bring a measuring tape for that? How far away is it?
May I approach you just?
Any
Yes.
frame of reference?
Yes, Tori.
Nope. Nope, nothing like that. Yeah, guys, a berm is a curb. If you guys remember the pictures we saw of that area,
Now,
a little
as far
asphalt
as
curb.
The cruisers with the Canton Police Department, what if any sort of recording equipment are they equipped with?
They're with dash cameras, watch guard cameras.
And or what if anything have you done to review some of that dash camera footage from the cruisers from that?
I've reviewed all of it.
And specifically, have you reviewed dash camera footage from the 683 cruiser, Officer Sarah's cruiser?
Yes, I did.
And John, if I may, I would ask that it's already been marked as Exhibit 12. I would ask that portion of that be placed at the jury at this time.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could fast forward this to approximately 57 minutes or so into the. Now, can you recognize what's up on the screen as well? And what do you recognize?
That's the video I referred of Canton Cruiser 683 on, it's dated January 29th, 2022 at 7, if the time is correct, 7:02:54.
And around this time, within this video from Officer Sarah's cruiser, what if anything did you observe occurring within that cruiser camera?
I believe it's at approximately 57:17. You'll see Sergeant Good begin to mark out the scene with a yellow crime scene tape. You'll see him in front of the cruiser at first. Him, Officer Mulaney, and Sergeant Lank walk off, and then you'll see Sergeant Good stretching out the crime scene tape.
And if you could, sir, as the video is playing using the data point that you have before you, just draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, you observe or recognize within that video.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
The yellow tape it is. There's two officers with yellow crime scene tape. I believe this is Officer Mulaney, but I'm not sure. I know this is Sergeant Good.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, if you could play again.
That's Detective Sergeant Lang in the lighter coat. Sergeant Good and Lang, they walk off camera. You'll see Sergeant Good come into the picture right here, stretching out the crime scene tape. You can see it flapping in the wind there. You can see it raised way up because of the wind. This is the crime scene tape here. And I'm not sure what they affixed it to, whether it was the cruiser at that point or not. But you can see the crime scene tape going across the scene that way.
Ms. Gilman, if
You
could
can't
pause
see
right there for a
anything.
moment.
Yeah.
So Lieutenant Gallagher, in addition to sort of the crime scene tape that you observed in this video,
I don't see nothing.
what, if anything else, did you get from the station to attempt to sort of secure the scene or place at the scene?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you get a tent at the station?
Excuse me?
A tent at the station?
No, I didn't.
You didn't.
No,
And why not?
I had a tent with me from home. It was a personal 8x8 tent at that time.
My apologies. And so at any point in time on the scene, were you able to set up that tent that you retrieved from your home?
Due to the weather conditions, we did not set it up because it would have required officers holding it down, and we didn't think the top would stay on.
And again, maybe pretty self-evident, but when you say due to the weather conditions, what, if anything, about the weather conditions prevented you from setting that tent up always?
There was high winds, shifting directions, a large amount of snow falling.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask, if you could just pull forward in that video to about the 1 hour, 7 minute mark. Yeah, if you could play from there. Lieutenant, what, if anything, are we looking at in this portion?
If you look closely, it's the crime scene tape that's flowing around. Right now, you can't see it. Or I cannot see it from here.
Is this around the point where the decision was made to take that down? Is that correct?
It was later on. I observed the same thing, and I told the officers it wasn't doing any good at that time. And there were nobody to keep out of the scene at that point. It was only police personnel on scene.
Thank you, sir. I'm just coming, you can stop and take it down. Thank you very much. Now, with reference to the implementation of the leaflet, was that memorialized in any way as well?
Yes, I had Sergeant Good take a video since we were improvising using something I wasn't familiar with being used before. In case there were any questions on how it was deployed, I had Sergeant Good take a short video.
And there's sort of several different short video clips of that process. Is that fair to say?
There's at least one that I know of.
May I approach?
Yes.
See, here's the thing I don't get. When they talked about the whole pop-up tent thing, which sounds like that's what they're talking about. When you get to a pop-up tent, You don't have to fully extend it all the way up in the air. In fact, a pop-up tent that's, where you can, with the telescoping legs, what you'd want it looking like this, actually. You'd want it as low to the ground as possible. You'd want it looking like this. You'd want this. You wouldn't want to have it all the way up in the air. I would probably have the legs even lower. I might have them like this high off the ground. Like just maybe a foot or two. Because remember, you're not protecting anything but the snow. That would help make it a harder thing for the wind to go by. And then while you're doing it, you got the nice little tent pegs. I mean, yeah, it's cold outside, but it's not like frozen cold. So you can shove tent pegs in the ground, every which way. And guess what? Guess what happens then? It doesn't fly away. So this idea like, oh, we couldn't make it work. It's like, yeah, you didn't want to do it. I get it. It's cold outside. You're a government employee. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Like, I don't want to fuck around with this. I totally get it. Totally get it. But there are things you could have done. You assume they actually cared about preserving evidence. I understand. I'm just saying. Why not even like a tarp and rocks? Well, if you just threw a tarp over it, I would have issues with things sticking to the tarp and like contacting it. So no, that's why I wouldn't want that. I understand it's not a bad idea, but overall I wouldn't want things because I don't know what's touching that tarp. That girl Alaska probably wasn't killed by an officer of the department. Looks at just had a nap. You still looking boots? Oh yeah. Yeah. Doing the job you don't want to do. It would still need to be anchored. Well, that's like I said, you got little tent pegs. They make those little tent pegs, stamp them in the ground. At least try something. Try something. Yeah. If you lower the tent, the harder it is to plant the tail light. Well, that's fair. Yeah, Ron says, remember, it's a police cover-up. Plus, it's the police. Yes. Yes. How ridiculous of me. And then Otto gifted 5 memberships. Otto, thank you so very much. Thank you for your support and your generosity. And, almost looks like Lainey. Oh, looks like a little schnauzer or like a Bichon Frise mix. So here we go, guys. Let's get back to this.
I don't recognize it. I haven't seen this disc before.
What? You haven't seen any of this? Did they not prep him? They not prep this guy? Like, what the heck? He's your witness. Bros. What are we doing here? What are we doing, my fellow chattels? We're gonna just yank this up a hair. Gonna let our hair down, run wide open. Make up some time here. Because yeah, we need to make up some time.
Okay.
220.
Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. May we approach this briefly?
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stay.
Sure. Seriously, he does look like Johnson. Johnny Sins. International Man of Mystery. Are we seriously like all this time is just eaten up by the state? My God.
It's one. Sorry, Ms. Goldman, if you could just pause it right there. And Lieutenant Gallagher, do you recognize what's up on screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
It's me operating the leaf blower and at the scene where John O'Keefe was discovered.
And who is operating the leaf blower in these videos?
I am.
And who, if anyone else from your department, is sort of present while this process is going?
Detective Sergeant Lank is documenting, and Sergeant Good is also assisting.
And Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. If you could just play him out.
See, it removes the snow. I was removing the snow layer by layer. And right here, you can see it exposing the cocktail glass. You're going to see red spots appear as I remove it layer by layer.
You're going to see spots appear. You just blew something off the scene. Like, that's a leaf. But what was that? Did it have blood on it? Was that part of the scene? Like, what was this right here? You're blowing chunks of shit all over. Why aren't you running at a lower setting?
These pink spots start to turn to be dark red spots. As you see, we can control it.
Now you're on that leaf. The other leaf's gone now. What happened to it?
We were concerned with whatever other.
Hold on and wait for a question.
And now you blew more snow onto everything. So you recontaminated it.
As you can see, it just takes it layer by layer.
Hold on for a second. Mr. Lally, Ms. Gilman, can you pause it? So if you have a question for the lieutenant, all right, you're asking him to narrate the whole thing. We're not going to do it that way. And you can pause and then question. It's great you're keeping your voice up over the sound of the leaf blower, but it's a little distracting.
I understand now.
So do you have a question, Mr. Lally?
Just briefly at this point, so Lieutenant Gallagher, with respect to as you're conducting this whole process, what, if anything, are you concerned about as far as throughout the process of trying to locate evidence?
Were we concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time?
And so what, if anything,
With the weather destroying.
throughout this process of trying to locate evidence?
Were we concerned with the weather destroying biological evidence at that time?
So we destroyed it ourselves. We said, fuck you, Mother Nature. We're going to get one over on you. They're like, bitch, we destroy evidence. Who do you think you... Mother Nature, you don't have a badge. That's our job.
And so what, if anything, were you doing with regard?
We were trying to take the snow that had fallen over the blood, and we were trying to remove it to expose the blood.
And fair to say, as far as during this sort of removal process, how much of the snow were you able to sort of sift layer by layer with the leaf blower that you had?
We could control how much I wanted to sift. I did it I started out as gently as possible, and if it needed, more snow needed to be removed, I got a little more aggressive.
Thanks.
Cops are great about being aggressive.
Good plan. And the next video, man.
What? You're just, it's contaminating itself. Oh.
Gentlemen, if you could play the third video, please.
Ugh. How do you know that's the extent of the crime scene? Wait, whoa. Who was that and what did he just do? Look. Who is that? What's he doing? And what? He's just wearing regular gloves. He's touching blood. I mean, just from the common sense standpoint of like, those are your normal like attire. Those are your gloves you're gonna wear every goddamn day. You're like, I'm just gonna rub blood on them. Some dead guy's blood all over my gloves. What the? Ugh. Brilliant crime scene work here in Canton, Massachusetts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play the last video, please.
Now you're blowing into the wind. You're contaminating the crime scene again. You're blowing snow on the blood.
And Mr. Officer, you can put the light. Thanks. Lieutenant, with reference to that process, how far deep into the snow were you able to go with using that leaf blower in that manner?
We got almost to the ground, bare ground.
As far as sort of a surface area, like how much of that area where Mr. O'Keefe was found were you able to use the leaf blower on?
It was approximately a 6x6, 7x7 type area.
And from that
If they blew to the bare ground, the blood didn't go to the bare ground. So what did you destroy?
area, what if anything, in addition to the cocktail glass pieces that you already testified to and the red spots on the ground, what if anything else you could say?
We didn't observe anything at that point. Anything else, just the blood in the glass.
Now, Lieutenant, during the time that you were on scene, with reference to the neighborhood in general, how many people did you observe sort of come out of their house at any point in time that you were?
I didn't observe anybody ever come out of their house.
And that includes the residents that you were in front of, as well as any other residences along that street, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, at some point, about how long a period of time, if you know, were you on scene that particular moment?
Approximately 50 minutes, 45 to 50 minutes.
And following that, where did you go?
We brought the exhibits back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And by that, you mean the glass and what you had collected, the blood?
Yep, we took 6 blood samples, yes.
And how were you able to sort of collect the blood samples on scene?
Well, blood samples, because they were frozen, we debated on how to collect it. We didn't think swabbing was going to be easy to do if it was frozen. So we decided on finding some type of temporary plastic evidence container. We were able to find large cups, and we took 6 samples. We bagged the 6 samples, and Sergeant Lang transported them back to Canton Police Headquarters.
And with respect to those samples and piece of glass that you located, eventually, what, if anything, was done with those? Well, first and foremost, when you came back to Canton Police Station, what, if anything, did you do with them?
Chief Berkowitz was at headquarters, and we had a meeting in the detective sergeant's office.
What I'm asking, sir, is with reference to those items that you took back from Fairview, when you got back to the station, what, if anything, did you do?
Sergeant Lang placed them into evidence.
And then subsequent to Sergeant Lang placing them into evidence at some point, where did they go?
They were turned over on February 1st to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And was that something where they were driven to the crime lab, or did the crime lab come to the station?
The crime lab was already at the station.
Now, you go back to the police station and have some conversation with your chief, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was your chief's name?
Chief Berkowitz, Kenneth Berkowitz.
And following that conversation, at some point, did you return to Fairview Road that morning?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you go there with?
I accompanied Detective Sergeant Lang.
And when you arrived, where did you go with reference to residents?
We went into a side door, and there were people in the kitchen at that time. I believe it was the kitchen area.
Okay, that's the big thing here.
And did you know any of the people that were in
Where was the taillight glass? Yeah.
the kitchen? Who, if anyone, did you know?
Who I remember specifically was Jen McCabe, who I don't know personally, but I know because that's who Sergeant Lang arrived to talk to, and I knew Brian Albert in a professional sense.
And so Brian Albert is also a police officer, is that correct?
He was Boston police officer, yes.
Now, as far as any other people, who, if anyone else, were you introduced to when you came into the kitchen area?
I wasn't introduced to anybody. All I know is there were 5 or 6 people there.
So they did
And
get into the
are you
house.
familiar with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
Wait.
He is.
So if I understand this right, they actually did go into the house and talk to people. Okay, that makes I feel a little bit better about this because I was under the impression they never talked to anybody at the house.
An ATF agent who I've worked with when I was assigned to DEA, and he later had a satellite office at our PD, and I have since come to know him personally.
And in reference to your work with the DEA, how long did you work with the DEA?
13 years.
You're probably
And
not
so-
the DEA only.
Mr. Higgins, was he present in the home on Fairview when you arrived there that morning?
I don't recall him. When I arrived originally, definitely not. I don't recall if he was there when we arrived about 9 a.m.
So you don't recall him being there at all?
I don't recall specifically. I never had any conversation with him.
Now, you had made some mention of February 1st, a few days later, at your department, there were members from the crime lab that came, correct?
That is correct.
And what, if anything, did they come there to do?
They were assisting the state police in executing a search warrant on a motor vehicle.
And where was that motor vehicle in relation to your part?
It was in our Sally Port.
If you could just describe to the jury, so what is it, Sally Port, specifically the Canton Police, like where is it located, what does it look like?
Sure, it's on the rear portion of our police department. They are large overhead doors that are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. We only have 2 bays. So the Sally Port that the vehicle was in, typically we enter through door 4 and you would exit through door 3. Those doors, overhead doors, can only be controlled by a computer in the dispatch center. And it's where we bring in our prisoners. Once the Sally Port goes up, you enter, close the door, the area is secure. The rest of the PD is only accessible by access card, key access card.
As you mentioned, sort of the overhead garage doors are accessible only by the dispatch area, is that correct?
That is correct, a computer in the dispatch area.
And then as far as entrance from the department, how if at all is that controlled?
There is a, to the right of Sally Port 4, there is a key card access door.
Now, with reference to that Sally Port area, is there, what if any cameras are located in that area?
I know there's cameras in the area. I don't specifically know where they are. I typically don't look for them. I know it is under surveillance, as most of our department is.
And have you reviewed the at least portion or the entirety of the Sally Port video from that particular day, February 1st?
I've seen a small portion, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
We dragnet. Yeah, well, DEA.
flash drive?
Yes,
And what is depicted on that, sir?
CPD Sally Port videos.
Remember Brian Higgins? All right.
Comment seeks introduced in the minutes of the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Lie in bed like Brian Higgins did. Oh, I'm sorry, we're not that song.
Your Honor, if I may at this time, seek to publish a portion of exhibit 34 for the jury.
Okay.
D will answer this in a second.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
We got a break, which we'll probably have in a minute because they can't not have a sidebar.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could have the portion that's February 1st, that covers 12 a.m. to 12 noon.
You're number 2-1 bottom. Yeah.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just fast forward that to approximately 9:11 a.m. If you could just pause 1 second.
Why don't we take our morning recess? Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute recess?
Okay. Like,
All right, hurry up.
well, this is the accent came from the 1600s Puritans. Yes, it is.
Nancy.
All right, let's skip ahead here, chattels.
Folks, because the actual item itself gets a sticker on it. That would just save a little time. We're having all sorts of difficulties. FTR is not working. I'm not sure that we're getting any internet in here. Are we all set with this? Is there something? Do you want to use the flash drive that you put in?
Oh no, that's sometimes that could be a big problem. That shit's cloud stored. Uh-oh.
And does that help?
Bring up.
So
Now it's all coming back to me. Oh, we're back to no
yourself
no.
with who you let into your
Yes,
life. Do you really?
Sorry there, Jesse, and not a big fan of you. Anybody's talking on this stream, it's me. God damn it. All right, real quick. We got to get to the super chats. We had a second here. Oh, a bunch of starred stuff. Yes. Bunch of starred stuff here. D for $10. Thank you. Saying this is the second incompetent officer as a history with the DEA. Is the DEA easy mode for feds? Yes. Just like planch on other people and boom, numbers go up pretty much. Most fed law enforcement's easy mode. The only people that actually have a tough time are marshals. Like, they have to go hunt people. Like, they're playing hide and seek. The marshals actually have it tough. Those guys play hide and seek with people. The rest of it, yeah, most feds are on easy mode. B.L. Blasey says, your stream's the only one where the flesh tone's an audio. And all audio is very good. Should have waited for your stream. Well, thank you. I do what I can here. I mean, I take good care. Take good care of my... Oh, you're talking about them, not me. Whiskey says, they didn't find the tail light piece till after they impounded the car. And no, did not take statements from the house. Well, what the fuck? Shafa says, who lost their keys? And you missed the point. The leaf bird goes brrr. Yes, it does. Oh, and KRM says AOR1 is my AO. That's not a bad pattern, but I'm more like, like Pencott Green Zone was pretty dope back in the day. Then there's also the oak leaf B pattern the Russian military was wearing like in the mid 2000s, but it's oak leaf B, but it had green and purple in it. Pretty cool looking.
all right, are we all set with the screen? Okay.
No, I don't have to check. Hold on here. Let me check on the message. Hey, babe, you good?
Maybe better with the lights on. Maybe a little bit.
You good?
If we put these light back on.
They asked me to check on you. We're good.
Lieutenant Gallagher, again, from this video from approximately 9:11 in the morning, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
If you could just, using that laser point, direct your attention to what, if anything, is significant to observe in this particular positive of this video.
This is our Sally Port. You would come in Sally Port 4, exit Sally Port 3, like I said earlier. This is the vehicle they were executing a search warrant on, and this is the crime scene tape.
And as far as personnel from the state police that were present there, who, if anyone, was present there that you knew or were aware of?
I knew Trooper
Okay, is that the light? Looks pretty intact, man. Looks pretty intact.
Proctor was there, and I knew the criminologist was there, and a photographer. I don't know them by name.
So a couple people from the lab, one taking photos, one criminalist, is that correct?
Correct.
As well as Proctor.
That's correct.
Man, everything's potato quality.
I knew of him. I don't believe I ever met him prior to this. He has worked some cases with our detectives. I knew he was assigned to the
Everything's
DA's office.
potato grade in this police department.
But I'm not sure if I ever met him prior to this case.
Now, with reference to the vehicle, what, if anything, was placed around the vehicle, or did you observe around the vehicle?
This crime scene tape, as you can see, the yellow tape right there.
Just to be clear, the sort of, which part of the vehicle is sort of in the lower foreground of this?
This is the passenger side rear of the vehicle.
Now, at some point over the course of the time that you were there on February 1st, what, if any, other sort of specialized units within the state police were also present?
Eventually, I think they call it the CARS team. It's what I would call their, I guess, accident reconstruction team responded.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I can ask you to fast forward within that video to approximately 9:44 p.m. That's fine. A little bit back. Right there. You can do it. Now, Lieutenant, during this part of the video, in addition to the people that you've already referenced, who, if anyone else, was in the garage at that time?
It's hard for me to say. I believe this is the criminalist. I believe if this is Trooper Proctor, this is me with the gray shirt, dress shirt walking in. That's me right there. And that's Trooper Proctor. I believe the photographer or another criminologist is here. I don't know what their title is.
Now, at some point during the execution of the search warrants, what, if any, issues did you become aware of with regard to the criminals?
They were having trouble. They were trying to remove the housing to the taillight, passenger side taillight, and they were having difficulty removing it.
And what, if any, assistance did you offer with regard to that?
I told them that we had an officer working who was in charge of our fleet maintenance and our mobile operations unit who probably had the tools to do it. And he also had vast, extensive experience in auto body.
Who was that, sir?
That's Officer Brian Wanless.
And what, if anything, did you do with reference to Officer Wanless in regard to that area of the car?
I asked dispatch to ask him to return at approximately, I think it was 9:50.
And Ms. Gibbons, if I could ask you, if you are not already there, move it up to 9:51 a.m.
So there's just random people in Sally
Pause for
Port.
1 moment. So with reference to this particular portion of the video, Lieutenant, if you could direct the jury's attention to when you see Officer Wanless and when you see him come over toward that area of the vehicle. And Ms. Gilman, for your purposes, what I would ask is we run this from essentially 9:51 a.m. through to about 9:58 and 30 seconds.
Also, they've got like, what is this, the Blues Brothers? They got the car with like the little, like, you slap the light on the roof? What is this, like a night, like the freaking K car? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Why isn't this being like documented with like a good camera?
This is Officer Wanless right here. He examines it and he leaves momentarily.
He just touched it.
He dons a pair of gloves. And he exits and he's going to come back with some tools.
Oh my God, Clyde, guys.
Here he comes. Places his toolkit on the tailgate.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, pause and ask a question.
And from your review of this video, what, if anything, do you observe Officer Wanless do with reference to that rear passenger side taillight?
He re-enters the Sally port and with some tools and he places his toolkit down on the tailgate of the Lexus.
And what, if anything, do you observe him do after that?
He begins to work on the housing of the taillight.
Tell me if you could,
Okay, it's a Lexus. It's not hard to take off the fucking light. Like, YouTube this shit, guys. Let's go. Well, that camera's jumping around a lot. Okay. Wow, that jumped. Holy cow. That jumped a lot. Wow, hold on here. Okay, wait. He's working on it. And like a whole minute goes by. Am I wrong? And I look at this? Yeah. There's like 15, 16 seconds that disappears. Then there's... How did he get it off that damn fast? Assuming they... I didn't know if they unbolted it first. That's the thing. Professor Cakes.
Lieutenant, with
Did they
respect
do that? I don't
to,
know.
the items that you and the other officers recovered from 34 Fairview on the 29th. The criminalist that was depicted in that video was after you gave those items to.
I believe so, yes.
You gave those items to her directly, correct?
Yes,
Now, as far as that particular, I believe you testified earlier that you were looking to preserve biological matter, is that correct?
yes,
And it's fair to say that your search of that area was confined to sort of where it was described to you, Mr. O'Keefe, had been found, correct?
that is correct.
Now, turning back again, just to February 1st, I'm sorry to jump around, but back to February 1st, at some point you mentioned there was a crash reconstructionist from the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what, if anything, did you aid or assist or facilitate with reference to crash reconstructionists around the police station?
When they wanted to test the vehicle, I secured the parking lot. I advised no cruisers to return to the station, and I blocked the entryway with my marked cruiser and remained in my cruiser.
And later on that day, February 1st, where, if anywhere, did you go with respect to the crash reconstruction?
We went to 34 Fairview.
In addition to yourself and the trooper from the crash reconstruction, who, if anyone else, went with you?
Trooper Proctor was present.
And why did you go along with the troopers to that location?
Just so there was a Canton officer present. If any residents came out, I could communicate with them.
And to your knowledge, had Trooper Proctor been to Fairview prior to that date?
I have no knowledge if he had been there or not.
What, if anything, did you direct either Trooper Proctor or the crash reconstructionist to once you were on scene?
I brought him to the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
You showed them where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Yes,
Now, turning your attention to, well, one on scene that day with Trooper Proctor and the crash reconstructionist, what, if anything, did you observe them to be doing?
I believe they were discussing, they were trying to place a drone up in the air, I believe, to map out the area.
Objection.
Did you see that? Do you want me to strike the, I believe they were trying to?
That'd be all.
All right, so that will be stricken, but your observation will remain.
Now, with reference, if I could draw your attention to February 4th of 2022, were you working that day?
I wasn't.
And at some point, did you receive a call in regard to this case, this investigation?
I did.
And who, if anyone, called?
Chief Berkowitz.
And what, if anything, did Chief Berkowitz indicate?
He asked me if I was working. When I told him no, he asked who was.
And who, if anyone, did you indicate to him was working?
I told him Detective Sergeant Lank was working.
And as far as what, if anything, was that call in reference to?
He stated he was driving in the area of 34 Fairview because of the warm weather and the warm rain in the last couple of days.
And what, if anything, did he indicate?
He
Saw.
he believed.
Sustained. I'm going to see it sidebar, please.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly... Interesting. What the hell did this guy actually know or do? Yeah, well, I agree with this mapping out the area. Nothing was mapped out. Nothing was measured. They didn't bring out reference points. There's no, like, sketch of the crime scene. So why? Let's say, wait for this BS. Okay. Let's go here.
And so just to be clear, Lieutenant, you did not go to Fairview Road on February 4th, 2022, correct?
I did not.
I have nothing further for this one.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, who we got up? Is it Jackson? It is Jackson. Right now, thing? Yeah, Jackson.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
When was the first time you were ever interviewed about your conduct on this case, your involvement in this case?
I don't recall.
It was about a month ago, wasn't it? April 3rd, 2024?
When I was interviewed by, I don't know who you're referring to.
Formal interview by any law enforcement agency.
Oh, I was never, yeah, until about a month ago, prep, I was not interviewed, correct.
And that interview was conducted by whom?
What? What? Just now? What, they disappeared like to Tibet? The fuck was he? Hiding under an assumed name? What the fuck? Holy shit.
I met at the DA's office with the prosecutor, Adam Lowry.
And there was also a state trooper there,
There was,
Lieutenant Tully?
correct.
Okay. So Michael Proctor never formally interviewed you about your involvement in the case?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your involvement on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
No, sir.
Never interviewed you about your recovery of any physical evidence at the scene,
No, sir.
which would include the bloodstains as well as the piece of drinking glass?
That's correct.
Never interviewed you about where that evidence ultimately went and how it made its way back to Canton Police Department?
He never interviewed me, no.
And his partner, Yuri Butnik, also, I won't go through the litany of things, never interviewed you as well.
Correct.
And until April 3rd, 2024, nobody from the DA's office had interviewed you either.
That's correct.
Did you write a report about your involvement in the case?
Not on that particular day.
Did you write a report after that?
Yes,
When did you write that report?
possibly January 2023. I believe it was the request for the metadata, the acquisition of the photos report.
Okay, fair enough. Did you ever, I'll narrow my question. Did you ever write a report about your involvement on the day at the scene?
No, I did not.
So that's not documented, at least by you, that's not documented anywhere.
That's correct.
Did you take notes when you were at the scene?
No.
Did you go back to the station and memorialize your findings and your conduct at the scene by taking notes back at the station?
No, I did not.
So you have no notes and no report about anything that happened at Fairview on the 29th?
Not myself, no.
Were you ever instructed by any superior? You're pretty high up in the ranks. You reported to whom?
At that time, I reported to the deputy chief of police.
Right, either the deputy chief or the chief.
Correct.
Did either the deputy chief or the chief instruct you, Lieutenant, don't worry about writing a report in this case?
No, they never said anything like that.
You would agree that it's one thing to respond to a scene, it's another thing to actually gather evidence at a scene,
That's correct.
especially a scene where it's a potential, at that time, a potential homicide of a police officer.
That's correct.
Part of the reason for annotating, memorializing exactly what evidence is recovered is so you can relay that to other officers, correct?
Correct.
So for instance, in your direct examination just a few minutes ago, you said that you went back to the scene at one point. What was the date where the drone was considered?
February 1st.
You go back to the scene on February 1st. That's 3 full days after the event, correct?
That is correct.
After the incident. And you said, I directed them to where John O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yeah, sure. Yes,
But in fact, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, did you?
that's correct.
Okay, so you were giving them information that you had about which you had no personal knowledge, correct?
How do
I
you
had
do
knowledge from
that?
other officers. I did not see John O'Keefe at the scene. He was transported to the hospital. That is correct. Yes.
So you couldn't determine exactly how he was positioned, right?
Not precisely.
From head to toe, right?
Not precisely.
Where his arms or his hands were.
That is correct. Yes.
He's a 6'2" man, correct?
I don't know.
You don't even know that?
I don't know his size, no.
If I told you that he's over 6 feet tall, would you have any quarrel with that?
If Mr. Lally told me, I would take it as fact.
Fair enough.
Ah,
For purposes of my
funny.
question, you don't want to take my word for it, but for purposes of this question, assuming that he's over 6 feet tall, there's a better than 6 foot margin for where he would be situated in the snow, correct? From toe to head.
Correct.
And the details matter in a case like this. In the investigation, the details matter.
Surely.
Accuracy is vital in a homicide investigation, correct?
Correct.
You did find some blood droplets. We saw it on the screen, correct?
Correct.
You also found part of the drinking glass, correct?
That is correct.
Did you did you endeavor to make a diagram of exactly where those items were found?
No.
You're aware, as you were the former chief of detectives?
I was a detective sergeant.
Detective sergeant. You were supervisor over detectives.
Correct.
You're aware of what cross coordinates are in measuring a crime scene, correct?
Yes.
You take a stable item like a flagpole, for instance, that might be one that doesn't move. You measure exactly from a compass position, exactly north or exactly west, a number of inches, maybe even down to meters and millimeters if you use that instead of inches, using meters, right?
Yeah, we don't employ that process.
So you don't employ a process where you could measure something from a known item
We don't do none of that fancy sound stuff here. We just get out the leaf blower and go, you know, ain't nothing run like a deer. What kind of moron nonsense is this? We don't do none of that.
North, south, east, or west, and then measure from another known item and have an exact cross point of where
We don't typically exercise in that in our investigative unit.
You knew how to do that, though.
Yes,
I mean, you get trained on how to do that.
yes,
But you didn't employ that technique here.
no,
So the glass, where the glass was found, it's sort of an estimate.
sure, yes.
Okay. And where the blood was found, that's kind of an estimate also.
Yeah, we would guess that would be where his body was, yes.
Okay. You just used the word guess.
Yes,
Right? But if you had actually documented it using cross coordinates, you wouldn't have to guess. You'd know exactly where the tip of his head was, where the tip of his toes were, correct?
no,
Why not?
because he wasn't there when we got there.
Fair enough. When I say you, I meant other officers. If someone had employed that before he was moved, they could have figured out exactly how he was situated, where he was in that yard, correct?
It would never happen. Life-saving measures come first. The officers are not going to start measuring while first responders are conducting life-saving measures. It doesn't happen.
That's exactly right. But once the body was moved, for instance, Officer Saraf, who's literally standing there, could have said, okay, I just saw the tip of his head right here. He's now on the gurney. He could have measured that, right?
He could have, yes,
And then he could have said the tip of his toes were right here, and he could have measured that.
yes,
And certainly, when there's no life-saving measures at play, you could have done the same thing with the drinking glass and the blood spots.
that's correct.
And in terms of recovering those blood spots, I'll get back to that in a second, but in terms of recovering those blood spots, you indicated that you used temporary evidence containers, correct?
Plastic cups, I said, yes.
The plastic
Before
cup.
responding to 34 Fairview, and you indicated that you were told to respond to 32 Fairview, right?
That is correct.
That was a mistake on either dispatch's part or something.
Correct.
You figured out where to go once you got there.
You can tell by the emergency lights.
It was Sergeant Good who contacted you, correct?
That is correct.
And you were at home at the time,
That is correct.
which is why you needed to respond to Canton PD to get some foul weather here, correct?
Correct.
You also contacted Brian Albert's neighbor, someone by the name of Tom Keller, correct?
That is correct.
And you wanted to let him know that you were responding over to the scene.
Yes, he was the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time.
Lieutenant in charge of detectives and also the man who lived directly across the street from Brian Albert, correct?
I would say there's two property lines he's directly across from, 32 and 34.
Okay.
But yes, that vicinity.
Is there a reason that you didn't contact Chief Berkowitz on that day to let him know where you were responding? Why did you pick Deputy Chief Keller?
Because that would be my next call. Like I said, he is the lieutenant in charge of detectives at the time. We were responding to a possible crime scene, a possible unattended death. He would be my call.
The normal chain of command.
Correct.
That you knew at the time that Chief Berkowitz was actually out on leave, having been injured on duty in some sort of way.
I don't recall that. Chief Berkowitz is always present.
Not only did you respond to the scene, but you were tasked by one of your superiors, or you, as the ranking officer on the. I guess I should ask this first. Forgive me. Were you the ranking officer on scene when you arrived?
Yes, sir, I was.
So either having been tasked by one of your superiors, or because you were the ranking officer on scene, did you take over the coordination of the preservation of that crime scene?
Yes, I did.
So others were sort of answering to you.
Correct.
You indicated that you had never preserved a crime scene in the snow before.
That's correct.
30 years plus, and your policing experience is here in the Boston area.
Correct.
Snow's a lot.
Sure.
In 30 plus years, you've never processed a crime scene in the snow?
No, I have not.
Not even like a DUI fatal accident? Not a DUI like vehicular assault? Somebody running someone over the car? Nothing's ever happened out in the snow? I find that very hard to believe.
You.
Well, we don't typically process our own crime scenes. Sometimes we use the state police. Sometimes we use Plymouth County detectives.
So say the state police are setting.
Why not this time? Why not this time? Why aren't you using the Mass State Police or a more competently qualified and equipped organization? No, this is the time you're like, you know what? They don't know what they're talking about back home. I'll show them with this leaf blower. I'll show them all at the next conference of cops. I did the right thing. They all laughed at me. But this is the next big break in forensics. Why are they doing it now? Maybe that's something the defense is leaving for the end.
Them aside because they were not tasked on this call yet.
Right.
You were then in charge of preserving this crime scene, right?
That's correct.
What exactly did you do, if you can name the categories? What exactly did you do to actually preserve the entire crime scene?
I'm sure I can tell you that I had Sergeant Good move all the cars so I could photograph the scene, documented by photo evidence. I told Detective Sergeant Lake, make sure he has initial statements from everybody present. And that's basically what we did prior to searching the scene itself.
With regard to Sergeant Lang, you told him to make sure that we had statements, your words, we had statements from all the witnesses that were at the scene.
Initial statements, yes.
Does that mean the people inside the house?
Yes.
Maybe people across the street, if there were people across the street?
No, it didn't include them at the time. It included people that were involved from the prior night's incident, outing, I would call it.
At the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang with this responsibility, did you know personally that you were standing on the property of Brian Albert?
I did.
Did you also know that Sergeant Lang had an ongoing and a long-time relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Did you know that?
I know he knew them. I think you're mischaracterizing the relationship.
Did you see a problem with having somebody who knew the parties taking the initial statements from those parties?
Not at all, Sergeant Lake. No issue at all.
Not in your mind?
Not in my mind.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
I'm going to see
Wait,
that sidebar,
wait, what?
please.
Were you aware that before you got to the location, that Sergeant Lang had taken it upon himself to already make contact
What?
with the individuals in the house?
Objection.
What? What the fuck? What did they talk about? Oh, I'm sure that's not documented anywhere. Holy shit. Holy shit. Don Marie says watching his face is priceless. I wish on EDB today. I'm assuming Emily had similar reactions to me, like, wait, what? Woo. Ooh. God, I would get the heebie-jeebies touching this file. Touching this file would give me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know if Lally is eating like a box of Xanax every day, but this is literally, they've done everything wrong at this point. They've done everything wrong. Every single thing you could do, you've done wrong. I would not want to touch this file. Especially after you learn all this stuff, I wouldn't want to touch it. I would not want to touch it.
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Look at him. He's like looking side to side like, wait, I thought people thought, my wife said it was a genius move. She said, I'm the smartest detective ever. I got promoted.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mayor. Lieutenant, just before we went to sidebar, I'd asked a quick question. Were you aware at the time that you tasked Sergeant Lang to go talk to the folks inside the house that he had already gone into the house to talk to them?
Yes, I did.
You indicated that one of the reasons, I'd like to move back. I'm bouncing around a little bit. I apologize.
I understand.
One of the things that you talked about was the preservation of the crime scene and the lack thereof because of the inclement conditions.
Correct.
There was wind blowing from all directions.
Yes.
There was snow falling.
Yes.
It was icy cold out.
Yes.
There was already snow accumulated on the ground, about 4 inches, you said.
At least it was different spots because of the wind drifts.
Wouldn't that be even more of a reason in a potential homicide investigation to adequately preserve the scene as best you possibly could?
Of course.
Wouldn't you want to, for instance, protect the area? You mentioned a tent.
Yes.
Wouldn't you want to make sure that anybody from the civilian side and or officers don't just start traipsing through the middle of the crime scene?
That was all done.
As a matter of fact, the first responders the EMTs had already done what they needed to do in the scene. And Mr. O'Keefe had been transported to the hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So that was not a concern.
No.
So nobody needed to be inside that scene that wasn't authorized to be there,
That's correct.
civilian or officers.
That's correct.
Who was it that told you specifically where John O'Keefe's body was?
I don't recall specifically. I had a collaborative meeting with Sergeant Lang and Sergeant Good.
Were you aware at the time that you had the meeting with Sergeant Lang that Sergeant Lang did not ever see John O'Keefe's body in the position?
Yes, I did. I don't believe Sergeant Good did, to my knowledge. I believe John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at that time
John O'Keefe, I'm sorry, I got a little confused. John O'Keefe may have been in the ambulance at which time?
when some of the officers arrived.
So if that were the case, then they wouldn't have any personal knowledge of where John O'Keefe's body was either.
Not to your precise locations, yes.
You mentioned the tent, and you said that you, in an answer to a question by Mr. Lally, you did not go back to Canton PD to get the tent. You had a tent in your trunk or something?
That's correct.
When you interviewed with Lieutenant Tully, did he specifically ask you, this was about a month ago, did he ask you about the tent?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to review just a small snippet of your report, of his report
Yes.
about your interview?
Yes.
May I approach on?
Yes.
With that, and direct your attention to paragraph 4. Tell me if you recognize that document.
I don't recognize the documents. First time I've seen it.
Fair enough. Does it read the highlighted portion and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection about a conversation you had with Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Okay, I didn't have.
Read it to yourself.
Yes. Okay.
You've read that?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Lieutenant Tully,
You can ask him what if that refreshes his recollection.
does that refresh your recollection of this one?
It doesn't change my recollection.
You said you didn't recollect exactly what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent. And I'm asking, does that refresh your recollection about what you told Lieutenant Tully about the tent?
Yeah, that's not what I said about the tent.
Okay, so you didn't say, I drove to Canton PD headquarters to retrieve a tent to protect the area where O'Keefe was found from falling snow, but never used the tent due to high winds.
We didn't have a tent at that time.
That wasn't my question. I'm being very specific. Did you say that to Lieutenant Tully?
No, that was misinterpreted.
Okay, so if he got that, if that's in his report, that's incorrect.
It's not accurate, correct?
Is there anything else that you read in that report that's not accurate?
You asked me to read the highlighted version. That's what I read. I didn't see, I didn't read any other part of the document.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is fucking
You
sketch.
indicated, still staying at the crime scene on January 29th, you indicated on direct examination that the area adjacent to the blood stains that you saw and the drinking glass that you found, that area was somewhat trampled by, you presume, the first responders, the EMTs.
That's correct.
You also indicated that you didn't see any other signs of shoe prints going from the street to the house, correct?
From the scene to the house,
From the
correct?
scene to the house.
Correct.
Meaning, what do you mean when you say that, from the scene to the house?
So the house, you have the house, and the scene was to the far left, actually on the property line with number 32.
Okay.
So I didn't see any footprints. The only other footprints I saw was where the officers walked around and put up the crime scene tape.
Meaning walking through the yard
Correct.
and putting up crime scene tape.
Correct.
All right, and if somebody had, how many of those sets of prints did you see?
I don't recall.
Did you photograph or seek to have anybody else photograph the area from the scene to the house?
Just those long shots that you saw in the exhibits.
Okay. And the snow was actively falling at the time, correct?
Yes,
So if there had been a print a couple of hours earlier, you very well might not see it.
that is correct.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about the collection of the blood. You found what you thought was blood initially, right?
That's correct.
Pink in color, reddish in color,
Correct.
and you began the process of removing layers of snow, in other words, dusting the area with a leaf blower.
That's correct.
Had you ever used a leaf blower in a crime scene preservation effort?
First time.
First time? And you indicated your testimony was temporary evidence containers to collect that blood, correct?
Yep, we utilized cups, plastic cups.
Those were red Solo cups, right?
That's correct.
The same kind of red Solo cup you drink beer out of at a barbecue?
Yeah, sure, you could.
Objection, Your Honor. That's right.
I'll allow it.
There's nothing special about the red Solo cup?
Other than their plastic, nothing special.
And where did you get those red Solo cups?
We got them from Lieutenant Kelleher.
So in other words, you got, to use your words, the evidence containers from a neighbor.
Correct.
He had some Solo cups in his house.
We asked him if he had any plastic containers, any type of plastic container that we could utilize.
Like on its face alone, that wouldn't be problematic. But the fact these police cars don't have evidence containers, like they don't have evidence kits, basic evidence kits. Like, hey, I found a gun. I'm going to stick it in this evidence bag. Or, hey, here's something bloody. I've got a paper bag for that. Or, like, they don't even sound like they have like the little evidence markers, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, if there's bullet casings all over. They don't have any markers or any equipment at all. That's scary. And the cups itself, like, how are you marking them? How are they protected? How do you know this guy hadn't used them to play Everclear Pong the night before? You don't. They are 3 minutes from the department. Yeah, that's the other thing. But it doesn't sound like they have any of it. Oh, Clyde Bear. We got Clyde Bear camera level. Aw. Like, seriously, though. And Sweet Tooth Fairy, you're asking, you mean as a prosecutor? Yes, this would give me heebie-fucking-jeebies if I was a prosecutor and my boss came in and said, hey, blood, go prosecute this shit. I don't know how Lally doesn't look at this and go, oh my God, this is a fucking IED full of what the fuck. And literally, just by looking at it wrong, it's just going to boom right in your face, which looks like it kind of does every goddamn day. Like, Lally just opens up the file. It's like a fucking Bugs Bunny cartoon and just, pow! Like, what the? Ugh. This is sketchy as fuck. It's sketchier than a fucking manga flip book. Jeez. Comes from inside the house? I don't know. I don't know where the fuck they came from. And D says the department will have a shooting and say it's a stab me because they can't gather or do shit correctly. Yeah. KT says they're not sterile. Well, that's a secondary issue. Where did they come from? It was a mile away. I know it was cold. Yeah. It's like they had to fucking walk through the snow or something. But anyways, yes, D, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Thank you for the $5. All right, guys. Well, anyways, let's keep going. Let's keep going here.
Nice.
How far were you from Kenton PD? From 34 Fairview to Kenton PD? Give me an idea.
Mile and a half.
So even in really bad weather, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, is that right, to drive?
Sure.
You didn't go back to Kenton PD to get actual evidence containers, correct?
We wouldn't have temporary plastic containers that what we were looking for. We're looking to take samples of snow. We wouldn't have, I know for a fact we did not have those. We needed bags, needle containers, things of that nature. We're all set. But as far as plastic containers that we wanted to utilize, we didn't have them.
Do you have any glass containers?
No.
So Kenton PD does not have or utilize evidence collection containers.
Are you kidding me? They don't have any of this shit?
We have needle containers that are plastic. We have blood swabs that are in plastic containers. But for what we wanted to take a sample, we did not have.
Fucking
so we
rubes.
My next question is certainly
You
PD.
fucking rubes. You live in Boston, Massachusetts, one of the most affluent areas in the country, and you dumb motherfucker. Like, you know what? I'm gonna say it, Gallagher. As a guy's last name's Martin, you dumb mix. You fucking stupid mix. You guys don't have fucking containers for this shit. Fucking A.
The employees and owns sterile swabs.
Correct.
Sterile swab is in a container that's long, and usually the swab is connected to the lid, pop it out, and then it's sealed.
That's correct.
And forensically stable, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that it's sealed and forensically stable is so nothing can contaminate the sample, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Just as importantly, the blood sample can't contaminate anything else.
Correct.
Did you go to Kenton PD a mile away and get sterile swabs for the blood collection?
Blood was frozen. We didn't think it would be viable.
You didn't think it would be viable?
Correct.
If you touched the swab to cold blood, you think you might get some
Why
blood
not
on
ask
that
the guy
swab?
shoved his finger in the blood piles?
So what you did instead was you gathered red Solo cups from a neighbor, unsterilized, and scooped up the snow with what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope. We took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they.
No, listen. He's like, so you just scooped it up the cups? Like, well, no, actually, we did it scientifically. Yeah. The fucking Reddit tier take right there. Listen to it.
With what you thought the blood was and just carried them back to the truck?
Nope, we took 6 samples, individual samples. Our philosophy was we'll let the crime lab extract it the way they best see fit. Those 6 samples were bagged and then transported back to Kent Police Headquarters and placed into evidence.
Were they bagged individually?
No, not that I recall.
They
Were
weren't
they
sealed
marked?
in any way?
No.
So if somebody sneezed over the top of one of those cups?
They were sealed in a bag, brown evidence bag. That time, nobody was going to sneeze over the cup.
Um, you have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
I mean, I did.
Sure, Sergeant Lang.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
How do you
So
know?
they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
By your, I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right.
That's putting it
The glass
mildly.
shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay.
Wait, so John keeps just stumbling
And then
around.
there is a.
Nick Rekieta stop.
You mentioned a CARS report in your direct.
He just, what is he stumbling around like Nick Rekieta with his drinking glass? Like, let me tell you about that. And then he gets hit by the car. Boom! Like, some of this shit ain't adding up, especially the drinking glass.
Examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll show you a document, see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I can tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally? I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. That's not sort of in your framework.
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I'm not. I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which Solo cup?
I did not.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. Certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you had found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, would you rationalize?
How many people bring glasses home from the bar? I mean, we need to, I just need to, come on guys, we need to go back for a minute here.
You have a rough estimate of how many people handled those red Solo cups before they were used to collect blood evidence in this homicide case?
You want me to estimate?
I mean, I did.
Sure, Sergeant Lang.
Okay, you guys who do it, you're not supposed to do it.
No, I mean, I'm sorry. My question was a bad one. Before you took possession of the red Solo cups, you have any idea how many people before you had handled those Solo cups?
I took them out of a package, so probably none.
How about before they were packaged?
I assume Solo doesn't sell contaminated cups. I would say none.
So they're certainly not forensically stable. They're not sterile.
I don't know what definition you're looking for, but I would agree.
Do you think it's standard practice for a police department to borrow red Solo cups from a neighbor to gather evidence?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that,
Of
Lieutenant.
course not. Nothing about the scene was standard.
Right. The glass shard. I'll touch on the Solo cups in just a second, but I want to talk about the glass shard of the drinking glass. Were you the one that found the drinking glass?
I was operating the leaf blower and uncovered the glass, yes.
So you were the first one. Well, I guess you couldn't tell me if you're the first one, but you noticed it pretty quick.
I wouldn't say it was quick, but we uncovered it.
Okay. And then there is you mentioned a CARS report in your direct examination. There was a report done of where some of these items were found, correct?
You'll have to clarify. I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you mention a CARS report, which is a report of the crime scene, where things were located, mapping of those things?
You objected. It was sustained. I never got to answer that question.
Touche. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll show you a document, see if you recognize that.
I don't recognize it. I can tell you what it is.
That's okay. If you don't recognize it, that's all I need. Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar generally, I don't necessarily need to talk about this one, but are you familiar generally with CARS reports?
Not at all.
Not at all. It's not sort of in your framework?
Not in my realm.
Okay. Are you aware that there is a process by which items of evidence are mapped, or they attempt to be mapped for a crime scene?
I don't do homicide investigations. I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Again, with regard to where the blood drops were found, let me go back to one other question I had. You said you took 6 samples, correct?
That's correct.
Did you precisely indicate in any report or note or diagram exactly which blood drops were in which Solo cup?
I did not.
Okay, so the cups were never correlated to the certain spots. So we don't know which drops, where they were found. There's no map of locations. So it's just like, how do we know it's not from one spot? Because we have to rely on this guy who doesn't fucking know a goddamn thing. We don't know if it's all from the same spot. We don't.
As you were using that snowblower and you uncovered the glass cup and more of the blood samples, at any point, did you see a size 12 men's shoe black in color?
No.
At any point, did you see a man's baseball hat black in color?
No.
You actually dug out a portion of you didn't dig it out, you moved it with your foot, or somebody did, portion of the berm or the curb that separates the street from the yard, correct?
That is correct.
At any point along that curb line, did you see a men's shoe?
Along the exposed curb line, no.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No.
And you didn't see a hat anywhere else?
No.
You didn't see any bright red taillight material anywhere else?
I did not.
You did not see any clear taillight material?
I did. I did not.
You did not see any black plastic material? No. You certainly didn't see 45 pieces of plastic material?
I did not.
If you found a broken glass, if you find a broken glass on somebody's yard in a situation like this, did that seem out of place to you?
They were coming from a bar. It didn't seem totally out of place, no.
At the time that you found the broken glass, did you rationally think, well, maybe the rest of this glass is inside the residence?
No.
You did not think that?
No, there was a reason that I didn't think that.
Did you think that, well, let me ask you this.
Well, what was the reasoning? Because even if it said O'Malley's Bar on it, you'd ask, did you guys go to O'Malley's Bar? You'd say, what? Well, actually, no, you wouldn't do that. You'd say, huh, it says it's from like Shlomo's Bar and Grill. Okay, so you'd ask, hey, where'd you guys go tonight? Oh, we went to like McMalley's Bar and Grill. Like, okay, well, they're fucking lying. Now I'm going to check. But no. God, I wonder how many fucking cases this dumb fuck has ever cleared. If he just lied to him, he goes, well, okay, that's good enough for me. Bad guy says he didn't do it.
Did you ever go inside the house to search for the other part of the glass?
Absolutely not.
Because you made up your mind initially where that glass came from.
Objection.
You can answer that, sir.
No.
Did you search the house for any other matching glasses?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't search the house for any physical items, did you?
Of course not.
Is that because that house belonged to a Boston police officer?
No, it's because it requires probable cause, as you know, which we did not have.
Or at least you didn't think you had at that time?
We knew we didn't have it.
Did you seek it from a
How
judge?
how the fuck do
I'm
you
familiar
know
with what-
based on this investigation you didn't have probable goddamn cause? A guy died in front of their house and he was at a party with them. That's a lot of probable cause. He was last seen inside and he's only partially clothed. I mean, shit. You guys lie about probable cause all goddamn day. You're telling me you couldn't make probable cause here?
Probable causes.
Did you seek a probable cause warrant from a judge?
No, I did not.
Right. Did you ask for consent to search the house?
We wouldn't do consent, and that's in a death investigation.
That was my question. My question.
No,
was-
I did not.
Would.
Okay. Is that because you were at the house of a
Still
Boston
ask
police
for
officer?
it. Come on.
No, it's because we wouldn't do it, because if consent is denied, we still don't have probable cause, and we still couldn't search the house.
But you never asked, did you?
Never
So
asked.
what? So what?
According to your interview with Lieutenant Tully,
Still ask.
after going to the scene the first time, you then returned back to Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes,
At that point, you remember having a conversation with Chief Berkowitz, correct?
that is correct.
And you indicated that having that conversation with Chief Berkowitz, that was about Canton Police Department recusing themselves.
Not doing any further investigative interviews, yes.
And you indicated actually in that conversation that you agreed with Chief Berkowitz that Canton should be recused, correct?
He agreed with me.
Your assessment that the recusal should take place,
Yes, it was.
and he agreed.
That is correct.
Okay.
What were your
And the reason
reasons
for that
for it?
recusal was because of the relationship between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department.
No.
What was the reason for the recusal?
The reason was we had a Boston police officer on another Boston police officer's lawn or property, and that property owner was the brother of somebody in our investigative unit.
That's one way to put it. Another way to put it would be because of the Albert family having a relationship with the Canton Police Department.
It has to do with Detective Albert having a relationship with his family.
Right. Or the other side of that is his family having a relationship with Canton Police Department.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Go ahead. Move on, please.
What time was that conversation with Chief Berkowitz?
It was after 8 a.m. when we got back to the police department.
You then traveled back to 34 Fairview to interview the homeowners with Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lake was doing the interviews, yes, but I accompanied him.
Uh, Approximately what time did you arrive back at 34 Fairview to engage these interviews?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
Wait. They already had the discussion. They should stop. They already had the discussion like, well, this is a problem. And they're still investigating. Or am I getting the timeline wrong here, chat? Am I getting the timeline wrong here? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Ron says dead man outside your house is 100% probable cause. Not necessarily. But he was hanging out with those people all night. He's friends with them and he was last seen there. That's not all the way to probable cause, but it gets you pretty damn close. Wait, so I'm right, the way I understand this right. We're not going to fuck around anymore. But then he's like, well, he puts on his fuck around pants. I'm going to go fuck around some more. Yes, they've made this really difficult to get the timeline right. Reform saying it was a swingers party. I know it. Just set Nick loose on the case. Nick Ricada and the Maltese Baldo. All right, let's go.
Were you and Sergeant Lang well, let me ask you this. At that time, did you know whether Sergeant Lang had already gone into the home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you knew that you were not the first person to go in and make contact with the individuals inside the home. That was Sergeant Lang
Sergeant Lake and Sergeant Good, correct.
before you ever got there.
Correct.
Did they show you any documentation, notes, or anything of that initial interview?
No.
Do you know whether or not they took notes of that initial interview? Do
I don't.
you know whether they recorded that initial interview?
I know they did not.
You indicated that you personally knew Brian Albert. Is that right?
I knew him since I became a police officer, yes.
And so you indicated that you had a professional relationship with him, but not necessarily a personal relationship with him.
Correct.
Did you know that he was in the house before you walked in the house?
No, I did not.
What was your your professional interaction with Brian Albert before you walked into that house that day?
Previously?
Correct.
In general, as a detective, he was with the fugitive unit at one point. He was helpful when we had a fugitive we needed to apprehend in Boston, things of that nature, job-related things.
Had you ever, for lack of a better phrase, hung out with Brian Albert?
Not a day.
Never socialized with him?
Bullshit.
No. Not intentionally. It's possible if I went to a retirement party, could he have been present?
Bullshit.
Possibly, but not that I'm aware.
But you had no social relationship with him?
Zero.
You indicated that there were 5 or 6 people inside the house, including Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that is correct.
So you clearly knew those 2 people.
I didn't know Jen McCabe. I know that Sergeant Lake was going to speak with her, but I didn't know her personally. I never had a conversation with her.
What was it about Jen McCabe that you recall, as opposed to the other 4 or 5 people that were in the house?
Sergeant Lake was talking to her.
You just remember that name?
That's who he went to talk to.
Got it. So he went back specifically with the intent of talking to Jennifer McCabe.
That's correct.
That's when you accompanied him.
That is correct.
Was that interview recorded?
No.
Did you take any notes about that interview?
I did not.
Did you write a report about that interview?
I did not.
You said that there were, other than Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe, there were 3 or 4 other people in the house.
Yes.
Were those 3 or 4 other people in the house at the time that John O'Keefe was found dead or dying on the lawn?
I don't have the answer to that.
Did you think that might have been an important thing to find out?
Again, I didn't think of that at that time, and I didn't think it was important.
Okay, apparently, if you want to go commit crimes, apparently Canton, Massachusetts is the place to do it because they have fucking morons for cops. Did you hear anything suspicious? Did you see anything suspicious? Do you know who the dead guy is? Nope, I'm not asking nobody none of that. I'm going to ask this guy's question. Would you ask him? Oh, no. Write down, no. It's recorded, no. I mean, really, like, don't tell him I can play the piano. We're not. No, I can't play the piano. It's been a long time. What the fuck? I mean, really, like, I'm not even trying to make fun of him or get loud and get all like spectacly. How does Lally look at, like, I'd love to sit Lally down and say, how do you explain these gaps and tell me you think you got your man? Like, how? How? I mean, none of this sounds fucking sketchy. Seriously, I don't know how. This is just. Am I wrong? Chad, am I wrong? I'm not even mad. I am absolutely fucking stupefied. Like, nobody involved in this was like, go back, interview them, and get fucking notes. Go prepare a fucking warrant. Now that we know what we know now, get a goddamn warrant for that house. Go interview those fucking people. Take notes, record this shit. I mean, this is fucking awful. You guys could run a criminal investigation better than these mamalukes could. You guys could do a better job. Hell, you know who could do a better job? This little girl right here, Lainey. That's Lainey now. It's Lainey Cam. You guys want to see Lainey in her natural environment. There you go. Oh, now she walked away. But there you go. She could do a better goddamn job. No secure scene, no conviction. That's not even half of it. This is just horrible. Oh, look, shh. She can hear you. She can hear you. Oh, don't stroke out. What would Lainey do? Lainey doesn't really like me too much. She doesn't like men in general, so she's very shielded and guarded. So she's like 2.0 shadow. Hold on, we're gonna watch this. Yeah, see, she's very scared. Very skittish. Career puppy mill dog. Pretty much from the start. Clyde's like, I got my own stick. Good job, I scared her off. I know, I drive off all the white dogs. So, wow, this is fucking amateur hour. Fucking amateur hour, chat. Seeing the dogs calling me down. But my God, what are these guys doing? If I lived in this town, I'd be showing a city council meeting saying, fire all these fucking retards. Hire real detectives. I'd say dissolve the police department and let the state police come in. Yes, and he thinks he's so smart.
At that time, I knew that Sergeant Lank had already interviewed people in the house.
You had what you knew at that time, Lieutenant, was you had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
No, I did not. At that time, I wanted to not participate in investigative interviews.
You did tell Lieutenant Tully in your interview with him, you volunteered that Brian Higgins was not present when you went back to the house, correct?
I didn't believe he was.
What, you didn't believe he was?
No, I don't recall Brian Higgins being there. I don't recall who the other people were at that time.
But Brian Higgins was not one.
I don't know the answer to that. He could have been. I can't
Brian
say with
Higgins.
certainty.
You know Brian Higgins?
I do.
Obviously, you know him well.
I do.
In fact, you occupy sort of the same space at Canton PD, correct?
That is correct.
You might see him most days out of the week.
No, but I know him.
Okay. In fact, you've got a social relationship with Brian Higgins as well.
I have been social with Brian Higgins, yes.
So you know him professionally and socially. You can't tell the jurors whether or not he was in that home when you went back over there to interview individuals about a Boston police officer who had fallen and was either dead or dying on the front lawn.
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that, sir.
I can't answer that question. I
Yeah,
had
you
no
can answer
conversation with Brian Higgins, so I don't recall.
You do know that on January 29th, well, let me ask you this, foundationally, did you go back after that series of unrecorded interviews? Did you go back to Canton Police Department and work the rest of the day?
Yes.
Brian Higgins was also at the station for nearly the entire day.
Again, I don't recall that.
You're aware that Brian Higgins had been granted a key card for the station?
Yes.
And I'm guessing that is a relatively rare thing if you're not a Canton police officer to have a key card and full access to the station.
There were a couple of ATF agents that had that access, yes.
Okay, but he was one of them.
Was one of them, yes.
Is that access restricted, Lieutenant? In other words, does his key card work the same as your key card?
Wait, so Brian Higgins is an ATF agent. That makes it even worse. That makes it even worse.
I don't know the answer to that.
He would have, to your knowledge, he roamed throughout the station at will, correct?
I don't know how he roamed. He's a very private person. You very rarely see him. Usually his habits where he'd go up a front stairwell right to his office.
But his access, I guess I'm struggling with the question. His access was not limited to your knowledge.
I don't know the answer to that. I can't answer that to my knowledge.
He could go into any door he wanted to.
I would doubt it.
You would doubt that it would be limited.
I would doubt he'd have unlimited access. The patrolmen don't have full access. It all depends by your grade. Where he's an outside agency, I'm sure he had limited access.
Who has access to the south door?
The doors, only whoever's in the dispatch area, the overhead doors. There is one pedestrian door
Access
that
door everyone
everybody
can
would
walk
have access
into.
to.
So he would have access to that as well.
Yes.
Where is Chief Berkowitz's office in relation to the rest of Canton PD, the physical building?
The best way to describe it, I don't know if the jury is familiar with the building, but if you were looking from Washington Street dead on, it's the top floor.
Now, I know a lot of you are thinking, why don't we have a map of the office? Because they're going to scream about safety concerns and security issues. So that's why you don't get to see a map of the office. Just wait, there's more. An ATF journal office that part's not goofy. If they have some sort of regional task force thing, I kind of buy that. And he happens to work in this area. That's not too weird. That's not the part that doesn't sound weird to me. So I get what you're saying though, big dog. So here we go. Yeah, Washington Street is a Canton address. No, I get that. But we're not seeing an internal map of the building because they would scream and cry about security issues.
Far left office.
And is that, I don't know this, I'm not being, it's not rhetorical. Is it 3 floors or 2 floors?
So it's really 3 floors, but it's numbered 1, 1A, and 2.
So he would be on 2, 3 physical floors up.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. When you had the meeting that you earlier described with Chief Berkowitz, where you indicated that he needed to recuse himself, was that in his office or someplace else?
I was in the office of the detective sergeant.
Which is where?
It's on floor 1A.
All right, we're going to take a 5-10 minute break.
On this floor, that floor, like what the? Wow. Well, nothing. Yeah. Canton's finest, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
Scene, thank you, Your Honor. You had started to tell us who at the scene, who handled those solo cups. Can you describe that for us, please?
I handled them to the scene. Sergeant Lang collected the samples.
Under your supervision? Did anybody other than Sergeant Lang handle those solo cups?
No.
So once they were in his possession, they remained in his possession until they were booked into evidence?
They were bagged, placed in Sergeant Lang's vehicle. He transported them to Camp Police Headquarters, transported it into the office, and logged them in as evidence, yes.
Did you watch all that happen?
I did not.
You did not. So you're presuming those next steps after he was out of your view?
I know that because he told me so.
Well, that's hearsay. Move to strike, Your Honor.
All right, I'll strike the end of that.
Thank you. Not what he told you, what you observed.
I did not observe him place it in evidence, yes.
At what point did you lose sight of those solo cups?
When I got in my vehicle to leave the scene.
So once the solo cups were in his, you saw them go in the brown paper bag,
That's correct.
the evidence bag. Then you saw them go in the truck.
That's correct.
And at that point, you don't have any personal information about what happened to those solo cups. Personal observations.
Until I removed them from temporary evidence, I have no recollection, correct?
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about once you were inside the home. You've already indicated that you did not seek a search warrant. You did not seek consent to search the home, correct?
That's correct.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
No.
Had you ever been in the house before that morning at 9 a.m.?
Never.
Sorry?
Never.
Okay.Id you go to the backyard?
No.
Did you personally observe whether or not that house has a bulkhead door that services the basement?
I have no idea.
Did you photograph any portion of the house?
The front of the house.
Sorry, bad question. Good point. Inside the house, did you photograph any part of the house?
No.
Did you have a cell phone with you?
Yes.
Has a camera on it?
Yes.
You could have photographed it, you chose not to.
I would have needed permission or a warrant.
And you got neither.
That's correct.
You sought neither.
That's correct.
Did you photograph any of the individuals in the home for instance, for injuries or anything like that?
No.
It's interesting. He's worried about
Did you or Sergeant Blank separate the witnesses before they were interviewed?
I need a warrant. I need a warrant. I need a warrant. I appreciate his concern for the Fourth Amendment. Where's it every other goddamn day?
There was only one witness he was interviewing,
Who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Where was everybody else in the house?
I believe they were all in the same area. The kitchen, I believe it was the kitchen.
Those individuals were not taken to a different part of the house.
Not that I'm aware, no.
They were allowed to communicate with and among one another.
Sure, yes.
And I think you already answered this, but I'm going to ask it just to make sure I'm clear. None of that interview of Jim McCabe was not recorded in any way. Audio or video recorded.
Correct.
How long were you inside the house for that interview?
10 minutes, maybe.
Other than Jim McCabe being interviewed, were any of the other witnesses inside that house asked any questions by Sergeant Lank or by you?
No.
No, not that I believe so. Not that I recall.
Oof.
Were you the person on February 1st who gave access to the Massachusetts State Police to the Sally Port?
I was probably one of them. The Sallyport doors can only be opened by dispatch.
Did you approve or authorize those doors to be opened for purposes of MSP coming in, Massachusetts State Police coming in and processing that vehicle?
I don't know if I specifically did it at that point, but I certainly would, yes.
You knew that the vehicle had been in that Sally Port since January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
I don't believe what point I knew it was in the Sallyport, but I did know it was there for days before, yes.
Okay. And if it had been there from January 29th to February 1st, that's 3 full days.
That's correct.
From the time that SUV arrived and was situated in the Sally Port, how many people had access to that truck, that SUV?
How many people had access to the Sallyport, or is that one? Are you asking one
I'm
of
the same.
I would say the entire department.
Dozens.
Yes, correct.
Hundreds?
Jeez.
No, we're very small.
How do you
I don't
know?
know that. So
We're probably 45.
45. And just about every one of those 45 people would have access to that Sally Port and that SUV had they wanted to.
Had they wanted to, yes.
And that 45 doesn't include Brian Higgins.
It probably does, but he would have access as well.
Thank you.
The free for all.
Those same
Sally Port,
individuals
yep.
that would have access to the SUV inside the Sally
Mhm.
Port, very obviously, would also have access to anything else that had been placed in the Sally Port along with the SUV, correct?
That is correct.
Did you photograph or cause to be photographed that SUV immediately upon its arrival into the Sally Port on January 29th?
I wasn't working, no.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, seek to photograph the condition of that vehicle immediately when it arrived at the Sally Port?
I wasn't there, I can't say.
You've certainly never seen any photographs from January 29th immediately when that SUV was brought into the Sally Port, right?
Other than our evidence, I haven't seen any evidence in this case.
You indicated that Massachusetts
The answer
State
is
Police was
no.
having some
They
difficulty
never took a
removing the light.
picture
You
of
saw a short snippet of the video, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Who made the decision to even remove the taillight? Was that Canton PD or was it Massachusetts State Police?
That would have been somebody within the state police.
Okay. And then you contacted Officer Wanless to actually facilitate the removal of that light, right?
I contacted dispatch to ask Officer Wanless to return.
And you knew at the time that Officer Wanless was a sworn Canton police officer.
That's correct.
But Lieutenant Gallagher, you told us just a few minutes ago that you and the chief, actually you,
Yes, you guys all said you're going to quit touching the stuff. Well, I didn't say Bob couldn't touch it. What? You guys said you're going to quit touching it, a conflict of interest. Fucking Dunning-Kruger face right there. He doesn't realize he's stupid.
then the chief agreed that the Canton Police Department was completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So
You're spinning it. You're spinning it. Participate in the interviews. Okay, so interview the people is bad, but handling the evidence in the investigation, that's okay. There's no conflict of interest there. You fucking dumb flatfoot. You flat-footed Mick. Look, he doesn't even believe his own bullshit. I'm surprised he's looking at the floor cats now. There ain't no ceiling cats to help him. He only can look at the floor cats. It's not a man who thinks he just made the right answer.
they could be
No, you.
completely recused from this case and the investigation based on a conflict of interest, correct?
No, you're spinning it. What I said was from participating in investigative interviews.
So they could take part,
Yeah,
Canton
they
Police
didn't
Department could
touch
take
it.
part in any other part of the investigation, according to you, with the exception of investigative interviews,
We can open doors. We can facilitate things. Yes.
remove tail lights.
There's nothing. No. Yeah. If it's an assist, round peg, round hole, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so in other words, Canton Police Department, notwithstanding the conflict of interest, was still allowed to participate in the investigation of the Karen Reed matter?
There was no conflict of interest. I said appearance of conflict of interest, so we have to be careful. I didn't believe there was a conflict. I honestly believe we could have investigated this case,
Well,
but it wasn't the appearance of such a conflict.
You also didn't believe that there was probable cause to search the house either.
I know that.
That answer will stand. It's stricken and so's the question.
So Canton Police Department was in fact, at your authority, given permission to manipulate that light in terms of pulling it out of the SUV, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light.
Yes,
And during the course of the removal of that light, that taillight was broken, correct?
that's correct.
And shattered.
Yes.
Parts of it that were falling onto the ground.
I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.
How do you know? How do you know?
So now we do have evidence that that taillight, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, was broken or broken more once it was inside the Sally Port in Canton PD's custody.
You're gonna have to rephrase that. I don't understand the broken more part.
During the removal process, that light was broken even more.
No.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Just take a look at that photograph and tell me if you recognize it.
I don't recognize the photographs. First time I've seen it.
Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
It's a broken taillight.
Does that appear to be the taillight that was removed during the process that we saw in the video just a few minutes ago under direct examination?
I can only assume it is. I've never examined the light.
So you can't assume. So can you answer the question, Lieutenant?
No.
You don't recognize it?
No.
Okay, and were you, I didn't see you on the video, but it was a very dark video. Were you there?
Yes, I'm in the gray shirt.
Okay, were you there as Officer Wanless was actually removing the taillight from the vehicle?
Not sure. I'd have to watch the video again.
Okay, do you recall if pieces and parts were being broken off and shattered while he was removing it?
Not at all.
May I approach?
Yes.
Were you the person who actually recovered? I think you did answer this. You were not the person who knelt down and actually recovered the blood droplets.
Correct.
Sergeant Lyon.
That's correct.
When you gave the, sorry, let me rephrase that. Was it you or Sergeant Lank that put the solo cups into the evidence bag?
Sergeant Lank.
Was that in your presence? Yes. Okay. How long before, after he put the solo cups in the evidence bag, did he put the evidence bag in his truck?
Seconds, less than a minute.
And then how long did the truck sit there until he left or you left and you were no longer able to observe it?
He left immediately.
You were at the location on, the location of the Sally Port on February 3rd. You've already testified to that, correct?
No, I testified February 1st.
I'm sorry, my mistake, February 1st. You also indicated that at your direction that Sergeant Lank booked the solo cups into the evidence locker.
That's procedure, yes.
Right. I understand it's procedure. I'm asking if he actually did it.
Yes.
Did you see a log of that?
Excuse me?
Did you see a log of that?
I saw the police report,
Which police report?
the original call.
Okay. And in that police report, he indicates that he took the solo cups back to Canton Police Department and booked them into evidence, right?
It was given a property number and assigned to temporary evidence.
And when something is given a property number, is there an officer working that property area to assign the property numbers?
No, the officer placing the property into evidence assigns the property number himself.
I see. So that officer would assign a property number and physically place that into temporary, what's it called again?
Temporary evidence until the evidence officer takes custody of it.
Okay. Did an evidence officer actually take custody of these items?
No, because it was being transferred to the state police, so it wasn't going into our permanent evidence locker.
So where did those cups sit?
Where's your it's still your evidence locker. You have to document everything going in and out.
For the 3 days between January 29th and February 1st.
In a refrigeration unit in temporary evidence.
And is there a log to sign in and sign out to make sure that the chain of custody of items like this are maintained?
The evidence officer keeps that log, yes.
Is there any log, Lieutenant Gallagher, of these items being booked into the temporary evidence locker?
There should be, but I don't know for a fact, but there should be, yes.
I agree there should be. I'm asking you if there is.
I don't know the answer to that.
The fact of the matter is, there is no log or document or report ever showing that these items were ever booked into the temporary evidence locker at Canton PD. Is that right?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Do you have that evidence log?
I don't have access to the evidence log.
Did you get access to the evidence log?
No.
You're a supervisor at Canton PD.
That's
Why would
correct.
you not have access to the evidence log?
I think only 2 or 3 people have access to evidence.
Who would they be?
The evidence officer,
Which is who?
Paul DiGiapietro, Sergeant,
Can you spell that for us, please?
DIGIAMPIETRO.
Wow, that's a whoppy name.
Who else?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm assuming the chief of police,
Chief Berkowitz, I would assume.
most likely,
Deputy
but I
Chief.
don't know.
It makes sense he
Possibly,
would have
yes.
access.
Head of detectives?
No.
Any other lieutenants or supervisors?
I don't believe so. I know I don't have access as a lieutenant.
If there's no evidence log of an item being booked into evidence, that's a pretty good indicator that it actually never made it into the evidence log, evidence locker, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's a
We do
very
know
good.
that
That we have these logs for a reason, chat. We have the chain of custody for a reason. Oh my God. Like, really? Really? Like, I'm not joking. Like, this, I would have panic attacks if this was my case. I'm assuming Emily Baker would be having a panic attack if this was her case. This is not good. Well, you wouldn't want blood to be sealed because that could lead, like, that's why you use a paper bag for blood and blood items. Watch the WAP word, Jim Mick. Hey, part of my family came from the old country too, so it's okay. Well, like Henry Hill or Jimmy Burke. I got enough. I got WAP in me, but not, not enough I could be made. No, I wouldn't have if an erection. No. No. If I was the prosecutor for this one, I'd be like almost trying to like punch out the backside of me. That's how little of an erection I would have right now. Also, guys, I found the local TV affiliate. They have a lot better quality camera. We're going to start using that. But this is fucking disgusting. This is disgusting work by them. They should be fucking ashamed of what they did.
wherever it went, the blood items went back to, and the glass went back to Canton PD, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, just who we are.
Yes.
All right, chat. We're going to switch over because I think I found the point where they merge these. All right, here we go. This is far better. This is far better, chat. This is NBC 10 out of Boston without all the crap on the screen. Here we go. So we're going to start using these guys from now on where we can. Much cleaner screen. Much cleaner screen.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you.
The audio sucks just a hair, but we'll fix that.
Lieutenant, I'm going to ask you kindly to take a look at those 4 photographs, and then once you've had a chance to review them, just look up at me, and I'll ask you a couple.
Did you see them?
I don't know what was just handed to the witness.
God, this is so
Why
much
don't you
better quality.
go take them from the
than
witness? Take a look.
How is it this
There's
like
copies right
that
there
garbage?
as well.
Thank you. It's fine.
It was so much nicer without all the bullshit on the screen.
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Sure.
there's 4 or 5.
Okay.
Take your time.
I'm all set.
Do you recognize those photos, or what's depicted in those photos?
Yes.
Do you recognize the time frame that those photos would have been taken
Yes.
based on context?
Yes.
February 1st, correct?
I have no idea if it was February 1st, but it would be between the 29th of January and February 1st.
Fair enough. Your Honor, may I publish?
Okay. Have they been introduced?
They have not yet been introduced, Your Honor. I'm sorry, protocol-wise, I missed that step. I need to ask that these be marked as next in order.
Okay.
4
Is there
photographs.
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
I might be able to use this. Yes. Thank you. Taking a look at what's been.
Hold on. They're still being marked.
Something about
And the court reporter has to record everything you say.
what happened. Oh, are we gonna move me, Clyde, out of the way?
Thank you.
Okay.
And with the court's permission, Lieutenant, I'm going to try to go in the same order, so you might want to glance at this photograph. It may be better visual for you. I'd like to ask you if you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, especially the area right down here on the right, bottom right. You see that white rag?
I do.
Lieutenant, if you take a close look at that rag, I'm going to ask you to identify it on the photograph. Do you see a couple of little dark marks on what appear to be that?
I see it on that screen.
Better visual up there. Okay, fair enough. What's the position of that rag as it relates to the vehicle in the photograph?
It's the rear passenger side.
Right rear quarter panel, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And is that, in fact, the SUV in question?
I believe it is.
Okay. The SUV that belonged to Miss Reed?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at excuse me. It's 37.
37, okay.
Is this 37? Thanks. Your Honor, for the record, we were just speaking about item 37.
Okay.
Let's move to.
I don't know, Lois. It's scary. I don't know.
Looking at 38, does that appear to be the same rag in the photograph?
It does, yes.
Okay. You see a shadow sort of looming over the top of the photograph?
I do.
Given what you just said about evidence item 37, does that appear to be the shadow of the right rear quarter panel of the truck?
I would guess it's the tailgate.
So you can't guess.
I would.
I don't care about his guessing. I'm just reading this. It took me a second to read this. Stop and shop. They used a fucking Kroger bag. They used a fucking Kroger bag. Notice they said they had evidence bags. They had all kinds of shit at the office. Where did they get that bag from? Who did they get it from? I haven't heard anything about the chain of custody of this bag. Where did it come from? Fuck. These motherfuckers. These motherfuckers. Somebody's fucking dead and they're just jerking around.
Say it was the tailgate. The tailgate's up, maybe the tailgate's up
Yeah,
at this
defund the
point.
police was really
You
hard.
see a bag in the middle of the photograph.
Yes,
Can you read what's on that bag?
Stop and Shop.
Okay, that does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No,
Matter of fact, it looks like a grocery bag.
correct.
All right?
Yes,
So not a forensically stable item, correct?
correct,
Certainly not sterile,
correct,
right?
correct.
You know where that bag came from?
I do not.
Was that a bag that you supplied to Sergeant Lang?
I do not know. Do not recall.
Lang got the Stop and Shop bag.
I do not know.
You don't know
Next
shit about
photograph,
it.
please.
Once again, I'd be mortified to have to
Take a
present
look
this
at
case.
what's been marked as evidence item 39. You recognize what's in the middle of the photograph.
You notice,
What is that?
Lally or whatever you want to say his name is, he's not presenting all this. He didn't run this through. Notice we don't have a big bag getting opened up and showing us, oh, here are all the cups. Lally didn't want to show you this because it's embarrassing. This looks horrible. There's a reason why they hid all this. There's a reason why it's not good when the defense is showing the evidence collection.
Those are the plastic cups with
It's
the
not
coagulated
good.
blood.
Do you see on the top of the photograph the same rag
I do.
with the same markings?
Yes,
That appear that those unsealed cups with liquid blood in them are situated right near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV in this photograph.
they are to the rear of the vehicle. Yes,
And next item, please.
Probably near the exhaust.
And this appears to be evidence item 40. You see the same white rag
yes,
and you see the same evidence bag. Stop and Shop bag.
It's like they're holding a beer
Correct.
pong tournament.
Correct.
And it's filled with 6 solo cups
correct,
with what appears to be liquid blood.
correct.
We'll talk about this, Toto Vader.
Does that photograph appear to be taken at or about the same place near the right rear quarter panel of the SUV?
It's actually, I would say that the mat is the mat to the entrance to the booking area, so that is probably a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Okay. Let's go back to evidence item number
Everybody can walk by this one.
37, which would be the first photograph. You see the rag in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Let's go to the next item. Now you see the mat, and it's, I'm sorry, I should note this for the record, that we're now looking at 38. You see the mat and the rag in this photograph,
I do.
and you see a tire on that mat.
Yes,
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton Police Department.
it's a Kubota. Yes,
A Kubota, thank you. Looks like the rag is in the same spot.
yes,
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck, correct?
you can see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here. This appears to me to be the rear tire, which would put this a couple of feet behind the vehicle.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Would you agree
Hold
that
on,
having
wait. I
unsealed-
What are you saying is the tail light?
Okay, that's all I have. Lights.
Put the marker probably.
That's a golf cart of some sort that belongs to the Canton
What's
Police
the
Department.
tail
It's a
light?
Kubota. Yes,
A Kubota, thank you.
I don't get what you mean. That
Looks
tail
like
light.
the rag is in the same spot.
yes,
All right, so the blood inside the Stop and Shop bag is sitting right next to the right rear quarter panel of that truck.
Oh yeah, that's
Correct.
if you mean that's where the tail light's located.
you can
yeah.
see the rear tire. It's probably at least 3 feet from the rear. If you look at the top, I can use the marker here.
That's the tire here,
This
homie.
appears to me to be the rear tire,
And that's
which
the
would
edge of
put
the
this a
car.
couple of feet behind the
Maybe
vehicle.
2 feet.
Understood.
Maybe 2 feet.
Okay, that's all I have. Lights. Would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination?
You want me to speak to, if I could speak to this incident alone?
That's a yes or no
Just
question.
in general.
You think
Okay,
that's a-
it's not yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
And in fact,
It's not yes. It's not yes or no. Okay, when you learned evidence collection, would they ever encourage this? No. Thank you now. Moving on.
could even be worse, for instance, not just inadvertent cross-contamination. If somebody wanted to touch something on that bag, on those cups, and then touch the vehicle, they could easily do that with that juxtaposition of the open blood next to the back of the rear of the car.
Objection.
Sustained.
Lieutenant, if somebody was so inclined, that situation could provide an opportunity for evidence tampering, couldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Now, Lieutenant, if I could ask you, a phrase that was posed to you a couple times during cross-examination as far as recusal of your department, how would you define that term in this specific sense?
In this specific case,
Yes.
we did not want to go on any investigative interviews because one of our best investigators, his name is Kevin Albert. He's the property owner's brother, and we didn't think it would be appropriate if we were on those interviews questioning his family members.
Now, with regard to death investigations, specifically unattended death investigations, what, if any, role does your department typically have when it comes to those? What, if any, jurisdiction does your department have versus the state police?
The state police takes jurisdiction. They run the investigation. We assist them in any way we can. We try to help out.
Now, sir, you were asked some questions in regard to, or you indicated that in regard to the drinking glass that you located in the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, that it didn't come from the house. Why is that?
I think I said, I believe we didn't think it came from the house at that time because they were out at the Waterfall Bar and Grill the night before. And the initial statements from Detectives Sergeant Lank and Sergeant Good obtained, nobody put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found, and that included his girlfriend.
Now, if I could take a step back just to the state police jurisdiction over unattended deaths, what, if any, assets do the state police have as far as investigative assets that your department doesn't?
They have far superior tools to investigate. They have direct access to the crime lab. They have a CARS team that can do accident reconstruction.
Now, with regard to the criminalist and turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, when you're in the Sally Port, you mentioned that Officer Wanless came in with a toolkit to assist in removing a taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your understanding, essentially, he just removed a clip from the back of the taillight in order to take it out of the vehicle?
I believe you can see our video just pops into the criminalist's hands.
And as far as your review of that video or your observations that day, there was nothing about the taillight that was broken during that removal process, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as cross-contamination, you were asked about, you indicated it was not a yes or no answer. What if anything else, would you have to add?
What counsel was depicting was the transfer of custody over to the state police. So the criminologist was handling it at that time. The photographer was photoing it. The criminologist was transferring the blood into their plastic containers. And that's why I'm sure it was being handled by a criminologist. It wasn't going to be any cross-contamination. I wasn't concerned about cross-contamination.
So that was a scenario that you were describing earlier in your direct examination, as far as you're turning those items physically over to the criminalist on February 1st in the Sally Port area.
And they are converting them to their plastic containers, yes.
Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Okay,
Very briefly, you said that no one put John O'Keefe, none of the witnesses put John O'Keefe anywhere but where he was found. That's what you just said, correct?
That's correct.
So your investigative technique is just to ask a witness, how'd that dead body get there? And if they say, I have no idea, your job's just done, right?
Pretty
Objection.
much.
sustained.
Pretty much.
If a witness says, we
I don't
found
know.
him here,
Okie dokie.
you just take the witness at their word?
Objection.
You can go ahead and answer that, sir.
No, of course not.
Purple
You might want to
or
investigate a little further, right?
Absolutely.
And
Correct.
ask them questions.
That is correct.
Get search warrants.
That's
Look
when
in the
there's probable
house.
cause, we do. Absolutely.
None of that was done here, though.
No probable cause.
Thanks. That's all I have.
You didn't bother
All
looking.
set, Lieutenant.
Thank
You're
you.
no probable cause. Yeah, there's no probable cause. You didn't bother
Who is
looking
your
for it.
next witness, Mr. Lau?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call last.
I'm sure if it's a black guy with drugs in his car, you would have figured out probable cause.
Sergeant Sean Good to the stand.
Okay, and while the sergeant's coming in, I'll see counsel about scheduling.
Such bullshit. That was monstrous, though. You just ask him what happened. Burp, 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 burp. I don't know. Body just fell down. How'd that dead body get there? I don't know. Have a good one. Case closed. Oh. Sean Good's Canton PD, right? There we go. Put that banner in. All right, Shaddle. No problem. Well, listen, okay, here's the deal, guys. Look. Just because there's a murder does not... A dead body in front of your house doesn't give the police probable cause to automatically get a warrant. Okay? The police find a body. You wake up in the morning, there's a dead body in front of your house. The police don't automatically have enough probable cause to come search your house. Now, if through their investigation and talking and figuring things out, say, that dead body was in your house, hanging out with you all night, and then, at some time he left. But apparently he didn't really get that far. And he's missing a bunch of his clothes. Yeah, that would get to a lot of, when the people inside the house are giving shifty answers. Yeah, that would give you probable cause to get a warrant. Probable cause that there's probably some evidence a crime was committed in there. That would be probable cause. Like the dead body plus. Just not the dead body alone. James says, this begs the question, why wouldn't anyone toss a dead body on their own lawn if they could toss it somewhere else? Maybe his own lawn. Because they couldn't get away with it. If you throw the body on the lawn, a snowstorm comes in, it's covered up. Crime scene's destroyed. Totally makes sense to do what they did. Someone put pledge on this wood. It's looking a bit rough. That's not high quality wood. I guarantee you that's not the best. Probably a lot of veneer. Oh, this isn't the voir dire? I thought they said they're voir diring the guy. Okay, my bad. Right, we'll take it off. We'll take it off. Because the judge said they were going to voir dire him. And then Aaron Hack for $10 says, I'm so glad you were fucking pissed off, Sean. I've been so pissed off for a year waiting for you to get fucking pissed off too. Finally. Well, there you go. We're all in the boat. We're all in the boat. Oh, it's the next guy. Okay, this guy's not that guy. All right. All righty. Here we go. He doesn't look better either. He looks like another schmucky Irishman. Oh, Automata. Yeah, I didn't cover this before for $5. They didn't use the cups. How would they get to play a proper game of Blood Pong? Also, wait for it. It gets worse. Oh my God. This is awful. This is, yeah. This has just been, oh. Toto says, how was all this evidence not excluded pre-trial? Easy answer. The court and the prosecution are going to say it's all admissible and that it all goes towards credibility and weight. It's up to the jury to say, chain of evidence issues goes towards his credibility, goes toward the weight of the evidence. So they say, there's no, it's admitted, but the jury can find it's not relevant, or they can determine there's no credibility because there's no chain of evidence, the chain of custody. That's how they would do that. And that's how sketchy shit gets in all the time. It goes towards credibility. So here we go.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Sean Good, Goode.
And how are you employed, sir?
At the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been at the camp?
17 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the camp?
Midnight sergeant and 2 days patrol traffic.
Now, how long have you held the rank of sergeant with the camp, please?
Coming up on 3 years.
Now, with reference to your rank and assignment as a sergeant with sort of the overnight shift, and when does that shift run from?
So it's midnight to 8. The sergeants, the oncoming sergeant usually comes in around 11 o'clock at night.
And in general terms, if you could describe to the jury what sort of are your duties and responsibilities as a sergeant on the overnight shift?
So I'm in charge of the patrolmen that are on that work under me. There's 4 of us on the midnight, plus myself, so 5 total. 4 on the road, 1 inside. So.
Turning your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, it was.
Similar capacity as you just described?
Yes.
And so the time as far as when you arrived at the Canton Police Station would be similar to what you just described?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, if you recall, who was sort of working with you or under you on that particular shift?
So that evening's midnight shift, it was myself, Officer Pasquarelli, Officer Mullaney, Officer Saraf, and Officer Dever.
And as far, in addition to, let me ask it this way. So when you're performing those duties in the Canton Police Station, where are you sort of physically situated within the Canton Police Department?
We're inside the dispatch room. That's where you handle all the calls, 911 calls, business lines, stuff like that. So anybody walks in the lobby, you're right there.
And so would that also be sort of part of your duties and responsibilities in regard to being the supervising sergeant for the shift?
That evening, yes, I was inside.
Now, with reference to 911 calls and dispatch, what, if any, training have you received in regard to those?
Everybody in the Canton Police Department, we do not have civilian dispatchers like other larger departments. So every officer that works patrol has to be certified on the PSAP station, which is the 911 dispatch console. And then once you're certified, you're able to answer all 911 calls.
And what, generally speaking,
How do they make money? Like, how is that cost effective? You have like 45 cops and every cop is a dispatcher. Instead of hiring like a couple of dispatchers, you're now taking a cop who could be out doing cop stuff. And you're making them dispatch. That seems horribly inefficient. That seems horribly inefficient.
does that certification process entail?
It's learning the software, learning how to know the difference between a cell phone and a landline, being able to look up if a 911 call comes in on a cell phone. We have 3 different monitors, and you'll see that one of the monitors will be a map, and all of a sudden it'll just ping, and you'll see that cell phone. And a lot of the time, because of the location of the town of Canton, we do get state police 911 calls that are on the highway. So you have to be able to differentiate which call it is. It is actually us, or is it state police? Is it Randolph? Stuff like that. So you have to be able to read a map. It's not very hard, but it's that.
Now, beyond that,
Cops, maybe.
when people are calling into 911, they're typically calling in regard to an emergency, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, training do you receive in that certification process in regard to sort of demeanor or how to handle people on a call?
Obviously, if someone's calling in an emergency, they're probably going to be nervous. You want to just try to stay calm as possible, try to relate to them, not make them any more upset than they already are, and try to get the first thing out of is location. Where are they?
Now, with respect to calls that come into 911, what, if any, difference as far as directing a call is there between something that's sort of a medical call versus a law enforcement police type call?
So any call that comes in through 911, we determine if it's police, fire, medical. If it's police, obviously we would handle it. But if it's fire, medical, we send it to Holbrook, which is the regional dispatch for Canton Fire. So it's literally just click the button. It says fire right on the screen. That call automatically gets connected to a regional dispatcher in Holbrook, who then determines what they need, whether it be ambulance, fire, stuff like that.
Now, reference to this particular shift on this particular day, January 28th and the 29th. At some point during your shift, what, if anything, did you observe about sort of the weather outside?
When we came in, it was just very light flurries. There was nothing sticking to the ground, anything like that. We were all pretty prepared that we knew that there was a storm coming at some point during the night.
And through your work with the Canton Police Department, you familiar with an individual by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with, what, if anything, does he do for work with you?
He works for the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. It's a federal agency.
And what, if any, relationship does he have with your department at the Canton Police Station?
He has a satellite office in our department. He has his own scan card. You know, he doesn't have to check in with myself or anybody. But he works out of our station.
And is he the only agent, federal agent with the ATF that has space or anything at your police station?
No, I believe there's actually could be U.S. Customs, 2 of them, other agents that are at work at the station as well.
And do they have sort of similar relationships as far as?
Yes, yeah, they have access to the police department. You know, if Brian, Agent Higgins has worked on certain calls helped us out, whether it be a firearm case, stuff like that.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, and specifically the early morning of January 29th, what, if anything, do you recall as far as seeing Brian Higgins around the Canton Police Station?
I remember at one point during the evening, he came in. I don't remember if he came into the dispatch or if I just saw him on one of the numerous monitors we have in dispatch. I can't leave that room because I'm the only one in the building on midnight. So, but we never talked or anything like that.
So you're like,
Didn't
what?
think anything of it. It's not
Weird.
uncommon.
And do you recall around what time that occurred?
I believe it was probably 1:30. Again, I wasn't looking at a clock to see. But
Now, with respect to the parking lot area of the Canton Police Station, when it comes to any sort of substantial amount of snow, what, if anything, do you do with regard to the vehicles in the parking lot in reference to that kind of weather?
we try to move all the cars that we're not using. So that would be on a midnight shift. It's any of our unmarked detectives cars, any of the patrol vehicles that aren't being used. We try to help out the DPW, which is the Department of Public Works, as best as possible when they try to plow our station. Because if not, all it ends up being is just one trail through the parking lot, and it's kind of a nightmare. So with the help of the other patrolmen, if we can get all the keys, sometimes they're not easily located, we try to move the cars to the outer edge of the parking lot so that DPW can make a good pass, and then we'll move them back over.
With regard to the vehicles in the parking lot, beyond sort of personal vehicles and the marked units belonging to the Canton Police, with regard to some of those other agents like Mr. Higgins that you talked about, what, if any, vehicles would they have within that parking area?
He had federal cars there that he used on cases, and I believe he had two. They'd be, I guess, his cruisers. They were Dodge pickups.
And then with regard to those vehicles, in regard to snow removal, what, if anything, was typically done with regard to that?
They were parked to the outer edge, so we don't have access to them. At least I didn't have access to them.
Now, working that sort of 911 dispatch area desk, at some point, just before 5 a.m., what, if any, calls did you receive around that time?
I received a phone call from a woman, generally asking if we had locked up or transported a male potty that evening. It's not uncommon that people call and say, "Hey, did you lock up so-and-so, or did you stop anybody?" She said some version of he was out with friends, he didn't come home tonight, and his girlfriend's worried about him.
At the time that you received that call, did you know who that person was on the other end?
No.
And fair to say at some point later, you had responded to Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And the person who had called just before 5 a.m., did you have occasion to speak with them when you were on scene on Fairview?
I did.
Who did you identify that first call to come in from?
First call was Miss Roberts.
That would be Carrie Roberts, is that
Yes.
correct? Mayor Pro.
Yes.
So I'm showing you this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be the 911 call from our station.
And that would be specifically from Ms. Roberts, is that correct?
Yes.
Tom will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next.
No objection.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish that call to the jury at this point.
Okay. Hold on 1 second, please. What number? Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. I thought that's what you said. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. We were at waterfall. And now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't take anybody outside the name of John O'Keefe, did you? John O'Keefe. Yeah, he's about to come and we'll be on site, so.
No.
He probably got a ride and tapped at his own house. I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't want anybody else or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down in Pebble.
He lives on Meadow, off Pleasant. Okay, and you wait, so my home, you said he grew up?
Yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with her earlier in life, but then he obviously he came home, and he has custody with me to nephew from the parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the reason I when they're old enough to be home, it's just she never said she never even wanted to.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so probably every hospital, you know, we have to, I personally think we probably take them out to the doctor. I don't know.
Yeah, did he drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Yeah, I think, again, it's more, it would be driven by you. She would have to, call in a conversation, and talk to us, but I mean, right now, it's more, he did get all the things, this comment, sometimes we'll have with him.
No, that's why. That's what she did. He didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the other hospital. I said, call Kansas police just to make sure, if they come on, because police officers, anyone, that's people, if anybody's going to say them out.
Yeah.
Take it off.
Okay.
Apparently, I was going to die.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I wasn't there, I was stuck there, but we haven't get any calls, anything like that, nobody was arrested or anything like that, alrighty.
All right, well, thank you.
Alright, no problem, good luck.
Okay,
See ya.
thank you, bye-bye.
Now, Sergeant Good, what was played in there, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the 911 call that you had with Kelly Roberts around
Yes.
5 a.m.? Now, turning your attention to about an hour forward, approximately 6 a.m. on the 29th, what, if any, other phone calls did you receive, bless you, in regard to the same sort of parties?
At 6:04 a.m. on the 911 dispatch console, I received a call from a woman at 34 Fairview.
Now, in those intervening sort of hour or so, as you were stating on the 911 call, no one sort of physically came into the Canton Police Station and reported anything in regard to this, correct?
No.
And again, the party that you spoke to on the phone at approximately 6:04 a.m., did you know that person at that time?
No.
And again, you responded later on or shortly thereafter to Fairview and spoke with a number of different people, correct?
Correct.
From those conversations on scene, you now know who placed that 911 call at approximately 6:04 a.m.
Yes.
And who is that person?
That'd be Miss McCabe.
And that would be Jennifer McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, you talked about the weather when you first arrived to your shift. Around 6 a.m., what, if anything, had changed between the weather when you arrived and around 6 a.m.?
It was snowing heavily.
Now, may I approach again?
Yes.
So, don't even know this. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That'd be the 911 call from Mrs. McCabe.
I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish Exhibit 36 to the jury now as well.
Okay.
Stop with the snow! Oh my god. Ugh, I just got a chill. This is
No, please, for my whatever, too.
Yes, I need to return to 34 Ken, 34 years old, Ken, that the man tapped out in the snow.
You can't pull up, because you can't please go. You can get to know, okay?
Yeah, all right.
It's just an house, that's line.
I can keep going, like, looking at that area, so she.
That's that line, that's what it is.
Okay. I'm going. Where's the blanket? I don't see blanket, Harry.
911 emergency.
I immediately just started talking to road, can't get back.
What's going on?
There's a guy on the top of in the snow.
In the snow, 34.
Yes, 34, the Albert resident, yes, I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34.
34 you can't have it, yes.
911 is not reported, where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm talking, come to 34, you road in Canton.
32 Fairview?
Yes, it is, I mean, I'm responsive in the snow.
Okay,
He can come to here, okay.
okay, what's going on, is he face down?
her.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that some girl?
This is, girlfriend, he has children.
Okay, how old is he?
John is, 46 years old.
46, how long have you been outside?
I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. If he's carrying, I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to, it could be that he's in there.
Okay, can you just try asking? I know it's tough, but we're gonna have to talk about it and just get it out.
Is he breathing, guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test it?
Yes, he's got CPR. Yeah, I guess he's gone.
Oh, okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, if I come in the police from another way, if everyone's finding CPR, then I can't, I'll hang up with you and, if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys upset?
I'm there, I know, I'm home with the interviews, I know. No, Kelly, you gotta get off from me. Kelly, you gotta get off your head.
Do you know if there's any, alcohol or drugs involved?
I'm talking hours about me, and
Okay, is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe his head up?
yeah,
Okay, bleeding from the face. Now, take the pill for it, if there is any.
If I could ask you just to back that up about
Okay.
10 or 15 seconds or so, once the siren outside comes out.
We're fine.
Okay, bleeding from the face, all right. Now, take the pill for it, if there is any.
Something kind of, one of the ones that is doing CPR.
Okay, one moment, is doing CPR?
Yes, that's working on her.
All right, if she wants CPR, and just let me, you give us a call back, we become responsible, right, but we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, upon receiving that 911 call just after approximately 6:04 a.m., what, if anything, did you do with regard to dispatching?
So once it was connected to Holbrook, you could hear me. I ended up dispatching my own officers, my downtown cruisers to 34 Fairview, and then I had one other cruiser come back to the station so I could get down there.
And so you yourself respond down there, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed from the time that you sort of transferred to Holbrook from the medical situation to the time that you traveled down to Fairview Road?
I would guess it had to be less than 5 minutes.
And in addition to the patrol cars and yourself, who, if anyone else, did you notify in relation to that call when you?
Motherfucker.
So I phoned Lieutenant Gallagher and Detective Sergeant Lang.
Why then?
Just policy, the seriousness of the call. Lieutenant Gallagher was the off-going lieutenant the night prior, the shift prior, so that's what you usually do. And Detective Sergeant Lang is in charge of the detectives.
Now, when you left Canton Police Station to respond to Fairview, who, if anyone, assumed your role as far as manning the dispatch area in the 911?
That'd be Officer Dever.
And, may I approach?
Yes.
Dever. D-E-V-E-R. Sorry.
And for Madam Court Reporter, if you haven't already, I'm sorry, could you just spell Officer Dever's last name if you know?
Yes, it's going to be D-E-V-E-R. You're welcome.
I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 14.
Sorry. Okay.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That would be our roll call log, press log.
And as far as that particular log is concerned, is there any indication on there who sort of created that log?
Yes, that'd be Officer Dever.
And these are logs that you typically create when you're working that particular position as far as the dispatch desk, correct?
Yes, it's pretty much a running journal for our department.
And sort of how is that information gleaned and how is that sort of transmitted into that log?
It's as accurate as the officer that actually enters the information. So if it was busy in there and she's by herself, you're taking information down, you're writing it, then you have to physically enter it into a computer. So there would be a delay in time.
Thank you, sir. May I approach just to retrieve your?
Sure.
Yes.
Now, Sergeant Good, with respect to your response at Police Station 234 Fairview Road, what was sort of the path of travel that you took?
So I pulled out of the police station at 1492 Washington Street, taking a right onto Washington, heading south.
And then where did you go from there?
And then I took a right onto Chapman Street. And then it would be your third right on Fairview.
And coming down Fairview, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the elevation of the roadway as you come from the Chapman side down to where 34 is?
Coming from Chapman, you're heading downhill towards the end of Fairview that meets Cedar Crest.
And so where is 34 in relation to sort of Cedar Crest?
It's the second house on the left before you reach the intersection of Cedar Crest at Fairview.
And as you're approaching or as you're en route between the police department and Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the road conditions, visibility, things like that?
It was terrible. Heavy snow, wind, visibility was awful.
And when you arrive on scene, what is sort of the first thing that you observe upon your arrival?
As I was coming down the hill, visibility was pretty bad. Obviously, I noticed the Canton Fire engine. Ambulance was already on scene. Both my two officers, cruisers were also on scene.
Now, as far as the particular cruiser that you were in on that day, is there sort of a particular cruiser that is reserved for sort of the sergeant or lieutenant who's in charge of the?
Yes. So 682 is the primary patrol supervisor vehicle.
And that would sort of shift from shift to shift as far as whoever that particular sergeant is?
Yeah, you take the same one. 682 is it's labeled on the side of the doors, patrol supervisor.
And so is that the vehicle or that the cruiser that you took to go from the police station to Fairview that morning?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to that cruiser and sort of other cruisers within the Canton Police Department, what, if any, recording system is available on those cruisers?
All marked units have it's called a WatchGuard camera system. It has front video camera, and then it also has in the prisoner passenger back seat has a camera there as well. They should be working audio in the back seat, and they're activated by, if you flip the lights on, the blue lights, it'll automatically click. You don't have to press record. The cruiser automatically starts recording. If you got in a car accident, the camera would start recording. Any kind of impact, the camera starts recording. It actually ends up being passively recording, even when it's not on.
Now, you talked a little bit about the audio as far as the back of the cruiser, but as far as from the camera in the front of the cruiser, where is the audio recording in regard to that, if at all?
It would be on the mic. There's a mic stand that sits in a charger. It looks like almost a beeper. Should be there.
And so that's located within inside the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a flash shot. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the flash driver for the Canton Cruiser 682 streaming.
And I'll seek to introduce in minutes the next exhibit.
Exhibit 41.
All right. Why don't we break now for lunch, Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
Close leaving them on your chairs. Follow me. All right.
All right. We're gonna skip lunch. No lunch for you, Pat. We keep going. Here we go. Oh wait, hold on. How long was their lunch? Oh, they had like a. Oh yeah, here you go. You guys want a view of the courtroom? Hold on.
Well, you'll have good and then
Efficiently get to any.
the civilian.
So there you go. That's an example of how tight this courtroom is. This is going to be the jury way down here. Down here. Down on these nuts. My nuts. But anyways, here we go.
Witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, for the court, please.
We're going to skip out about an hour. Here we go.
Sir, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you.
Stop. Shout at
So
time.
Sergeant, resuming with what's, excuse me, just been marked as Exhibit 41.
No, I don't think that
that's
guy was a
the
juror.
Cruiser camera video from your cruiser 682 that you were driving that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish some of that video.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
This courtroom undoubtedly has good acoustics. It's like an 1800s courtroom. So yes, they had to work on their natural acoustics back then. Clyde's gone, chat. Wow, we actually have a quality camera here. Look at this. Look at this. It's actually quality. It's not potato grade. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Though he slid a little there. Bee boo, bee boo, bee boo, bee boo, bee boo. Must have been a mistake.
Ms. Gilman, can you pause it just 1 second? Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, if you could just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it with that.
Look at the snow, though, guys. That's a lot of snow on the side roads. This would have been a lot of snow. In Ohio, this would have been a lot of snow. Tell me he gets a little loose in the snow. That'd be hilarious. Oh, he's chickening out. Oh, he got a little there. Somebody's drumming their fingers on the thing. Come on. Whoop, whoop. Bee boo, bee boo, bee boo, bee boo, bee boo. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. That shuts down any town attack. This would shut down a lot of places. You don't have to go like.
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring.
Woo, 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 woo,
Next one up.
woo, woo. Yes, he's got his wee woos on though.
That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just then.
He's going kind of fast to make it right.
If I can take you back just to the right that you took just before that.
I hope he's slowing
what
down a
street
lot.
What street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name.
It's like it's where the Jews go.
Temple on your left.
Like, I don't know.
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn onto Fairfield, correct?
Yes.
My name's Sean. I'm not a member of the Tiny Hat. Yeah, he's going fast. Oh, wow. He slowed down quite a bit. Okay, as soon as we get to... Yeah, this road, now it's all bad. Six in the morning. Everybody's trying to sleep. Their hangovers off. Here he comes. Wee woo, wee woo. Aaron says, not that bad. Yeah. Got the slalom skills. It's like I'm fast as fuck, boy. Yeah, well, that's like the whole Patrick thing I get from wee woo, wee woo.
Can I keep the pause right there? May I approach the witness, Sean?
Yes.
It was.
So, sir, sorry, there's a point here.
Okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right. That's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yep, he was outside 6 hours. He was outside a long time.
Ms. Gilman.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco,
The
seis.
gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman. You can run.
Yes. Or cease. If you're in French. They got the hoodie on.
You can take that down. Thank you very much. And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance. And then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, who, if anyone, did you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Ms. Reed, you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing.
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved in?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each of them.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, or what, if any, response did she give?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, is he dead?
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
And about how loudly was she saying?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, I don't know. What, if anything else, did you ask her that?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, I think so. And then right after that, she said, I don't remember. Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far. And
about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
And if you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
A couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
Right. So we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Lieutenant Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her at the back of your cruiser, where did you go? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance of Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Miss Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later. I got a radio transmission from our officer at working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our officer Deva, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all the information. I believe I just called Ms. Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Ms. Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
Then based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Ms. Reed?
I told Officer Mulaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence. And if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then at some point, apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mulaney fill out? Officer
Mulaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Miss Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, what, if any, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following that?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lang at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
With respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lang told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on a front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in the residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that continued throughout the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road. So you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing. And to be honest with you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to in there?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references that 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And coworker that you worked with for 18 years, who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Competent officer.
Yes.
Not
And,
doesn't say much.
during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
Wait for
And
what?
following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in.
And again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I wrapped it around by the flagpole tree and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and he made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what if anything happened then?
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect to
that sort of implementation of the leaf blower? What, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took two still photos.
Madam Mayor, approach.
Yes.
I actually don't need to. Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen.
Well, the great and Ralph never trusts a Karen. See, the funny thing is at Fargo, they were actually competent. They were just not used to doing their job, but they were qualified.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause that. Okay. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize this?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
Like snowmobiles in the distance.
Gentlemen, you just spotted right there. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layer?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this video.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take it.
I don't see a glass.
Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen? Is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
this was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Oh, no, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be.
Yes, sorry. If you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry, can you?
Just play it forward, I guess.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I'd like to play this through to about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34th Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34th Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area. Pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed that stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more seconds. Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down. Now, Sergeant Good, you had spoke about as well some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 8. That's if you, first, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen? Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10. Sergeant, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you with Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. You
Now,
can kind of
sir, if
allow
I
that
could
one.
ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
I don't think they've gotten that far yet.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 28.
Yes, that's the
It's way too
Curbing.
early at this point for me to make that
And as far as the
determination.
curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this?
Not yet.
we'd have to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 28 as well.
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Okay. May I approach just to
Yes.
So lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as, and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Can we
May I
really
approach
see
Mr.
that?
Petrie?
Yes.
Hold on, I want to wait. Hold on, I want to see that again. Can we really see
Yes.
that?
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay. Where do you see the glass, chat? Where's the glass?
May I approach Mr. Petrie?
Yes.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Following your time on on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, which you believe to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
Detective Sergeant Lang transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No,
We've never spoken.
no,
Sergeant Good, you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, growing up in Canton and, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes,
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
yes,
You also knew that his family had been there for years. Before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know
Okay.
that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes,
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Do you guys hang out in the bathroom a lot?
Now, on January 29th of 2022, you learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes,
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Camp Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No,
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have. Yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure.
Ah!
Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is a teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure,
It's a dangerous job.
sure,
You need to have each other's back.
sure,
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact,
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
what am I taught?
You can have that. That's
Well,
a
I'm
weird
asking
way to
you.
put it, but yeah.
With regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in.
Sure,
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
If I may just have a moment, Ron.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show them one thing. Page 5. Where that one is. Now, I'm going to show you what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a,
Your Honor, if you could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
sorry, And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Do you,
Sure.
thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a cars section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
Okay. But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Of the Canton Police, who are assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day.
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that, please.
Well, let's see whether she's been cutting them some slack, surprisingly. See where this is gonna go. Why is this not? Why are you frozen up here? These bald guys are like, yeah, we're bald. We're bald. Hi, Hella. Hope you're doing well. Eric says, this attorney's a dummy. No, they're doing pretty good. Iannetti's doing his thing. Jackson does his thing, too. They're both working together. As far as you guys brought this up, the incestuous police department, think about it. This happens in towns all over America. This really isn't that surprising. Very not surprising at all. And Ken brings up a great point. If he couldn't hear what the hell she was saying, how could anybody else? Yeah, very, very, very important. That's a very good point, Ken. Boop. Boop. Boop.
Sergeant Good, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Okay. So you did.
Guys, one more thing. Ducking Felonies wanted to say, after sitting silently watching Criminality's deep dive live stream on this case, all I could think was just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. I haven't seen their stuff. Do they do a good job on this one, Duckin? What do you think? I'm curious to see what you think, because I know they're part of the true crime world that's out there.
As of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point, I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision? in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not do?
Well, he had passed away, so now is no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes,
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
none.
None?
Homicides, no. That I was involved in, none.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that you've been in, your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes,
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No,
Who was?
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
no.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
There's over a decade,
I don't think so, but maybe.
between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay, and when you say you work midnights, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes,
At 8 a.m.?
correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department.
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah, Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm
Okay.
I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
Normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m., while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Did he come into the dispatch area?
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway? We have numerous, I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
Yeah.
No.
Bullshit.
And you don't recall how close you got to him.
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
This is just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
All right, so at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct? But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay, who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
Corn dogs.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally.
Oh, no,
go
no,
out,
no, juror,
correct?
you missed
Yes.
this. You missed this, juror. At this police department, all the officers are trained to be dispatchers. So it sounds like it kind of rotates through who gets to be a dispatcher. He's completely checked out. Look at his
I
reaction.
actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done. And you've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
People see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe.
No. If I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
So he wanted to go.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together.
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Oh. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please?
This guy's such a moron. The cop, not the attorney, guys. The attorney's doing a good job.
Okay. Terrific. You're able to see Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never.
Guys, we're going to be nice here. We're not going to fight. We're allowed to have some individual opinions here. Just everybody, remember, you guys want to fight, come fight me. I'll fight you all fucking day. I understand, I think, what Joe's trying to say. So everybody just chill your shit.
Examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney.
Okay, so Mulaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck or cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mulaney's, correct.
And Mulaney's. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Lanks does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mulaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted that. It would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes,
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes,
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes,
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes.
Whatever happened, you had 400. What did you do, Hella?
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see. With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
We can continue. Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
You play it for another 20, 30 seconds. Okay, pause it there. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again, from different vantage points?
Yes.
So did these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just 1 second on this.
What? Because you had a horrible control of the evidence, Judge? Yes, that's the issue here. Basically, the theory is she ran him over or backed into him really fast. I don't know. And angry amount of Facebookers came after you. You got the boomers fired up. Emma's gonna be pissed when the tree hangs. Yeah, I think so.
So this will now become Exhibit 16. We had it as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence.
So it sounds like you messed up.
That's
there,
what you
Judge.
have, Tori and Jim. Great.
Okay, we can take that off the screen. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
Okay. Yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall. No.
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than John McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe. No.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank in your presence ask him why you didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Back down the here, present test suppression. Oh,
After
there's a lot of
clearing
ways
the
to get
scene
that.
at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
No.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers under the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident. No.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember. No.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that. No.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
So you answer yes or no if you
Yes.
can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall. No.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So you'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with. Yes.
You know, you had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off
Nope.
if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took the job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry.
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
No, we didn't do any of that.
Recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Yep.
Of course.
Take
Large
the points.
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And the snow had tapered
again, you
off.
didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters?
I can think other things are useless.
Melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene,
Their initials are
or I should say
CPD.
when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No,
That crime scene was open to the public.
correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess.
What a moron. There's no protocol
Those
for a lot
other
of
protocols
things.
were followed, correct?
You
Correct.
improvise and
And
adapt.
certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's
Yeah.
particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before
Sure.
submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
Oh, you
May I
don't know?
approach?
Okay.
Page 2, counsel. And I just
Thank
ask
you.
you to look at it silently and then look up at me when you're
Oh, I'm
done.
betting it's. I'm sure it's going to be good. I don't know the answer. Some of you might already, but I don't know the answer to this. This is going to be good.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as
Really good
to
mindset.
whose name was not
Yes,
completely
1.25
spelled out?
speed.
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Ah! Oh, God.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Then why didn't you include
Do
it?
you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Ooh.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section, except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach,
Yes.
this is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
And take your time with it, sir. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant about that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's
the
the-
town
are
of
you
Canton Police
fucking-
Department, correct?
Correct.
What?
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why?
Why was Brian
Why?
Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Mm. There's pictures of the guy and then he Albert's the internet sending him. Oh, I guarantee you they are.
Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
Hold on, do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti?
Seriously, how did the state watch this case? And they're like, nope, this is a banger. We're going to prosecute it.
Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it. And please look up at me when you're done.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
Now, and with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay,
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF,
Correct.
and this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time, 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
all right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And I'm s-
Chat. I mean, this is a shitty Netflix movie. This whole thing. This whole story is a garbage Netflix movie in real life. He said a good narrative. Yeah, there's no reports on all this stuff. But omitting the name is something else. That's a big deal. That is a big deal. Karen says Turtle Boy vindicated or still a schmo. He could be a schmo, but he's right. But he's still a schmo. Janet Morgan says you're gonna want to go back and watch the Dalton meeting tonight when you can. Oh yeah, they did have a meeting tonight. Joe Lloyd says, personally, I would not exonerate Karen at the stage, but these buddy cops need looking into. Well, yeah, I think there's enough here to say she's not guilty, but is she innocent? I don't know. Coffindoffer said the police station counts as a scene. Well, I mean, given this actually might be a scene if that Higgins guy showed up in the middle of the night. Also, is Coffindoffer the one who shows up and, like, takes a picture from the front porch and is on a Ring camera doing it? Because that's some hacky stuff. I saw there's a clip of somebody doing that. You know, it said, this is what happens when the soccer moms lead a cover-up. Funny. Nate was live streaming the Dalton meeting. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Say, invite Hella. I don't know what Hella's up to. I know she's out here, but I don't know what, if you're free, Hella, I'll send you a link. Jennifer Coffin, whatever the F is, a sociopath. Coffindoffer. Oh, Ghostery says, FYI, anybody can request the Canton PD's incident report. Yeah, you can always get it. Well, the meeting got really, really ghetto. Yes. I know I can skip past them, but it gives me a chance to answer stuff. Oh, the new homeowners at 34 do know Turtle Boy. And they sent... Oh, so that was Jennifer Coffindoffer who snuck onto the property. That's interesting. Okay. Well... If I were her, I'd be fucking livid that I'm on trial and this is all the shit they've got. These people are sitting here just mortified, like, wait.
Please do not discuss this case with
These people are sitting here like, oh my God, you can get prosecuted like this?
anyone.
Seated.
Okay, earlier, and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him and the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 to 15, 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Is he here?
Wait, where's the judge? Oh yeah, she's back in the corner. That's not her chambers. Her chambers are like, what, way in the corner? That's so weird. That is very weird. But hey.
Is the witness here?
Please watch your step to the stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand. Please watch your step to...
That guy's got the best Boston accent of all. That's like Central Casting. Some big, balding Irish guy.
The stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Toto, I did, but we'll get back to it in a second.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who Tim Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt. I just need your name.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, comment spelling?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll start over.
Sure.
Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil,
Friendly?
exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy of Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing?
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Take a look at that.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You've been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew I was a police officer as to how he should go forward. And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lapalato, correct?
Yes.
And his brother Alfred.
So now we got some fighting going on that night. Ooh. This is getting good.
Yes. Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men.
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and, for all intents and purposes, physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lapalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lapalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him.
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
But you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of
Yeah,
tailor this a
there's
little
only
bit because we're on
Italian,
a
real
little bit of a
Greek
time crunch, and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lopalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lopalito punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
They certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then
Alfredo was released.
so the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault, or battery, or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No,
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later.
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopalito and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves, you ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
That conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court"?
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication, criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come.
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this
Jeez, you know that night pretty
situation
well, dude.
emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert,
Wow.
your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No,
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way.
absolutely.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Lank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
Hello.
Oh, everyone.
Okay, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Hi, Hella.
Hey.
So what are you thinking so far? Something else in it.
Whatever happened between
This is crazy.
Christopher Albert and these brothers that particular evening, you weren't present.
Nothing's changed
No.
much. It's just
And-
more of a shit show.
Your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert,
don't
what if
think
any
earlier.
other
I would
involvement
have-
you had with him as far as
I would have the heebie-jeebies touching this case
through
as a
your official
prosecutor.
duties as a police
I don't know how Lally looks at this and says I could do it.
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
Well, he can't walk
You've
away
been
from
involved
it
in an
now.
investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
And that's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like.
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
Do you socialize with Brian Albert, or have you at any point?
I've been at events where Brian is at and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Now,
Have you ever
you guys
socialized
went
with
to the
Brian
matches
Albert?
for each other.
No,
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
no,
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family or Brian Albert or Christopher Albert or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No,
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay,
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
okay.
Concerning Tim Albert, and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No,
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
He lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay, so you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene, isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
The vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So what you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car.
Yes.
With a woman in it, fled the scene. Then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question,
There's
please?
no need to strike that.
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation, even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry, I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion.
I don't know.
And his record was wiped clean.
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
It's a bit like that DA
Jackson.
Thank
in,
you, Your Honor.
was it in New York? The one who they
I'll be very brief.
followed to her house and
I spoke about
she was like, nah, do you know who I am?
our case a couple of
Oh,
days
yeah,
ago, and I
it
think
is.
it's still
It is. It's
attendant
very-
to our conversation today or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to a clear and
He was drunk, but we
convincing
are
evidence
friends,
that there's
yes.
a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking.
I didn't
In
know
this
this.
case,
Chris Albert killed
Sergeant
a man with his
Lang's
car.
to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lowley's going to say, and he's going to harp on. This was so long ago. That actually cuts against the Commonwealth case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help
Wait,
out his,
Jerry's
help
not
out
here,
his
right?
longtime
No, they're
friend
gone. This is the voir
whom he
dire.
socializes with,
Right.
drinks
Their
with,
test
grew up
running
with,
testimony.
establishes a bias and a
Basically,
prejudice,
guys,
in this
think
case,
of this.
against Miss Reed.
Think of this as like a proffer, but you use the witness to help provide the proffer.
Uh-huh.
All right. Normally, you're providing something for the record so the judge can make a determination. Well, this time with this voir direing it, you're basically having a witness help you prove your point.
Yep.
Instead of really just talking about what you do.
Well, this is huge.
And in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play.
He was a bro dog.
A role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. the jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to, or they can adopt it if they want to. The point is they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
yes,
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapalito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapalito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get the police report. I can tell the court when it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd. And the Lopalitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that. If he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
You'd have to get them. Okay.
Right. I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
And I would submit that defendant has admitted as burned. There is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago
So let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lang would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good, that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements, all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will all be testifying as witnesses in this case.
They said the first time.
So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does. So it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight, or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
She say she's
so
going to
forget
allow
tomorrow
it?
morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Sounds like
Or is she just thinking about it?
I think she's inclined to allow it. That's oh boy.
She could still not.
Yeah, but that's oh yeah. And yeah, here's the thing: they talked to the state police after they talked to Lake, and none of this is recorded or written down. So what did they say? We don't know. How do we know Chris Albert wasn't there? We haven't been able to ask anybody that yet. So the answer is not no.
I think she's teasing us.
She's gonna allow these parts. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm skeptical.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. We shall see.
Mm.
We'll see. Okay, so hi, Hella.
Hi.
Got a couple of comments here in super chats we need to catch up on real quick.
Yeah, let's do that.
And then when we got a special presentation, Toto Vader saying, "Why did I ever answer why the pretrial evidence wasn't tossed?" Yeah. So all that stuff, the coffee cups and all this garbage, it's allowed in. If the chain of custody's busted, that goes towards the credibility of the evidence and the weight of the evidence. And it's up to the jury to decide the credibility. If they want to look at it and say, hey, the chain of custody's all ball sack. All right, great. We don't want to believe it. They leave that for the jury to decide. So that's why this crap comes in. I think it's bull, but that's what the state gets to do. They're like, it goes towards credibility, not admissibility. So that's how it's done. JR says lawyer doesn't understand the first rule of motions outside the jury. Never interrupt the judge. Never talk over the judge. Generally, yeah, you don't want to do that. Generally, you don't want to do that. Then JR says, yeah, generally you don't want friends investigating friends. Yes. Yes, very true. And Joe Lloyd for £5 sterling. The King Sterling. Yes, it's the Kings.
I get to say that the other day.
What, the King Sterling?
Yeah, I did. Someone gave me some pounds.
God save the King.
Yes, I did. God save the King. The King Sterling.
Is he on? He's on your guys' funny money, right? Or no?
Not yet. Oh, there might be some that's printed, but I haven't
What, is
gotten
the
it
Queen
yet.
still
I've
on
still
the
got the
rest of
Queen
it?
on everything. Yeah.
Oh.
I like the Queen. We like the Queen. See,
Does
we
that
haven't
mean like
really
when you're at
expected
strip
it.
clubs, there's strippers rubbing the Queen's face all over their cooch?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, Jolie says, great chat, all. Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm sure everybody here agrees. It is a good chat. One of the best chats around.
Chattels.
Yes. Yes, evidence is only excluded when its acquisition was messed up. But even then, J-Rock, even when the acquisition is messed up, they'll say it comes down to credibility, and they'll allow it anyway half the time. So, but yes, I agree. So yeah, this is woof. This is insane. This is insane. I don't know what to say, but other than guys, yeah, I'm not inclined to believe that Karen did it at this point.
Even if she did, she deserves to get off because this is so crap.
Oh, I think I agree. So I mean, I'm to the point where I think there needs to be some of that because law enforcement, you understand, you can't do this shit anymore. Like, you guys can't do this. You can't keep doing this. There has to be some rules in place. But god damn. Yeah. I mean, but here's the thing, though. I mean, there's also an issue for Karen that it's that one of those EMTs saying, oh, she said she hit her. Well, that might be enough. We'll see. We'll have to see the rest of this. We'll see how the rest of this case shakes out.
Well, I mean, Coffin Duffer said the other day, oh, but you know what? It's okay because EMTs aren't trained to write down everything like FBI are because FBI is the gold standard.
Yeah, they lie on their fucking 302s all the fucking time. So
Apparently.
fuck them and their 302s. There's a reason why if you whip out a recorder in front of feds, they're fucking assholes just and like inside out already. They don't like stuff written. Well, no, we're writing it down. You don't have to worry about recording it. Nope, I'm recording it. And they get all upset about it. Lady Law Sandra saying, "Who is this EMT friend?" That's the girl at the was on Friday where she said she didn't know one of the Alberts. Caitlin Albert, I think, is who she was talking about. So, yes, and Porcelain Thunder says, A, she's a whore, and B, she hit me.
But was there a question mark?
Yes. Yes, and EMTs are taught to document everything. Yes, just like nurses in the medical field, all the medical field people, even the basic licensed practical nurses, are basically just ass wipers most of the time. You're told document, 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 document. If you didn't document it, it didn't happen.
Yeah. And that's what people in Coffin Duffer's thread said. See, the thing about Coffin Duffer is she had a really big support base up until just recently. This Karen Reed thing has really turned people against her. Like,
why? Because
finally people are starting to realize. Because she won't back down, right? So even in the face of all of this.
Well, she supports Karen Reed, right?
No.
Oh, she thinks Karen Reed did it?
Yeah. And she won't stop.
Imagine that. Imagine that. An FBI agent thinks shitty police work is good.
Yeah.
I mean, remember, she a Fed. She a Fed boy.
She won't stop.
She
right?
Fetty Wap.
She never backs down. Right. So regardless of what
call
comes
her Wap
in.
because what kind of name is Coffin Doffer? That's not even.
I know, right?
I don't know what the ethnicity that is.
She's been driving the guilty train on Koberger forever, on Richard Allen forever, and on Karen Reed forever.
Yeah, I heard she was coming around on some of those, but
I haven't really read her.
Ah,
Richard
well,
Allen
she's
ones
a Fed.
for a while.
She's a Fed, and she's an old Fed. She's like a Fed that's been around for a while. And then she has this really cringe thing where, like, you could pay, and I don't think she's doing it anymore, but it was like something around COVID she was starting to try, where, like, she would teach you how to do, like, shoot like an FBI agent. And it's like, what? I can fucking shoot unarmed people? Like, oh.
And now she's got a YouTube
she thinks
and a
Richard Allen's
podcast.
getting fucked. Okay, well, good for that.
Just,
but it's like,
that's
no,
just
I
out of
wouldn't go
ugly.
learn from like a Delta Force guy or a Navy SEAL, but yeah.
Yeah. But I stopped looking at her Richard Allen ones. In
And
fact, I
that's the
stopped
thing,
looking
too, in
at
my
her
experience
altogether.
when you're dealing with firefighters and EMTs and they have to write their reports, they're very fucking detailed. So.
Okay, the reason I have a chair blocking my door is because my dog can get through the door. And if my dog gets through the door, all of this comes down.
Oh, no. Arnar.
Oh, no.
Your cat outside just go.
Yeah. But every now and again, the cat comes to the door. So I don't want to lock it.
Or you yell at your dog, shut up, Bluey.
Bluey.
What's your dog's name?
Bluey and Bingo. Sybil.
Sybil?
Sybil. So do you ever watch Faulty Towers? You know Faulty Towers?
I thought you were going to say Sybil, like the lady who had 42 personalities, Sybil.
No,
like,
no,
you
no.
ever seen that
Sybil-
movie?
No.
Oh, there's a movie
Sybil's
called
named after
Sybil.
the wife in Faulty Towers, so I can go, Sybil!
Oh, Faulty Towers, that's got
John Cleese.
Yeah, well, that's like everybody came into that one, didn't they, at some point or another?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's from the 70s, so it's an old
Definitely
series.
stop ignoring me and watch Michael Morrissey. Definitely not commit. What fucking case are you talking? Who is Michael Morrissey? I don't know who the fuck. I'm not. Oh, is that the fucking DA? I'm not watching that. I got enough gas in the tank to watch Hella's song, and that's it. So
Yeah. Okay. So I have a song about Karen Reed.
Yes.
And I made it for Hearsay for Days the other day. And it was just a one day thing. So I might as well get another play out of it.
Yeah, it seemed like people were liking it. I saw it on the internet. I saw it on Twitter.
I was pretty happy with it.
I was a parent, did they hear her say it? I hit him, I hit him, or was there a question mark? Where is Proctor? Has he disappeared? Why is Twitter and meltdown just like the snow on Fairview Road? Was it 34 or 33? No one wrote it down. No one knows. Is there reasonable doubt? All the hearsay. There's so much hearsay for days.
There she is.
And see, this is fucking cringe. This is like
her.
the cow. She ran onto the property to take a picture. And what did that picture tell her that you can't see from Google Street View?
She's explained it since. So she's
What?
gotten on Twitter since and gone, oh, so the reason why you would take a photo from there is to find out whether or not you could have seen all of the EMTs and things from that vantage point.
And let me guess, you can.
You would have seen the lights.
Well, you would have seen it because you could see it. If you could see it from the road, if I could see you, you could see me.
Yeah, totally. She had no reason to be there.
It's literally a flat yard. It's not like they're in the jungles of Peru.
No. But watch her running away. Ready?
Yeah, I wanted to watch her fucking eat it on the pavement.
It's hilarious.
I want to watch her just eat it. Boom. Well, there you go.
And in answer to your question, no, I have a band. They're next door. So yeah, we worked really hard on that. And no.
Yes, is Coffin up for the Fed? Yes. You would have heard Karen screaming bloody murder. Yes. You would have heard all of that. Why did she run? Because she was trespassing.
And
too bad it's not in Ohio. She could have got. I had to come up the door with a fucking paintball gun and started slacking her with it.
Ronnie looked into this. The Massachusetts, the laws on this are really strict.
What?
Like, on the trespassing laws. Yeah. Like you can't go up onto someone's porch like that.
Well, you can't do that in Ohio too.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have permission to be there? Nope. Get the fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't know how that works in Australia, but yeah, generally in America, it's like you stay the fuck off somebody's land.
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, when like we grew up as kids, and like my siblings and I, like we were out in the woods, and like we grew up out in the middle of nowhere. It's like you didn't wander through fields, you don't wander through the woods. Like if it's not yours, stay the fuck off it. Yeah. You stay off another man's land.
Thank you, guys. That's nice of you. I'm pretty happy with that song.
I thought it was pretty good, Ella. I enjoyed it.
And
it's got that late 2000s kind of vibe to it.
Yeah, I made it hard rock. And did you miss the little because it says Bev be breathing, and it's got a little Darth Vader.
Yes.
I might have enjoyed it a little bit too much.
We spent 4 weeks in my summer law class doing a very specific niche of trespass law. I can't imagine it's that big a deal in New Zealand because you guys have like, herds and farmers and agriculture and whatnot. But
and sheep.
Yeah.
More sheep than
yes,
people.
here in America, yeah, it is a big old deal. Stay off another man's land.
Indeed.
Get to stepping. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so all right, guys, that is it for day 5, and I am not convinced at all.
There's got to be more.
I mean, they're gonna have more. There's got to be more stuff they're hanging their hat on. We'll see what it is. I don't know what it is ultimately, but we'll find out. So yeah, Chili's stuff got continued, guys. Don't worry about it. Nothing new happened. Emily Baker, 118,000 views. Damn.
Did he have a court date today?
Yes, but it got continued because he wasn't there.
Everything gets continued for him.
Well, yeah, it's like, but geez, Emily Baker, 119,000 views. Damn, I need to figure this out.
He's making so much money.
You mean she, not he?
Chili.
Oh, Chili. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. You said Emily Baker. I'm like,
no, Chili.
Oh, what? No, Chili.
Who did you say had 118,000?
I said Emily Baker.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
I heard you wrong.
Oh. Also, guys,
yeah.
I do want to thank all of you out there. I got to 1 million views. Yeah. $1 million. Yeah, thank you.
I hope
Actually,
you
that
make $1
translates-
million.
Well, I think it's translated into dollars. Well, you know what? And that's a funny flick. If I had $1 million, if I had $1 million, I'd buy you a Baldo.
Dye your hair purple, Sean.
Not just one that swings you to and fro. If I had $1 million.
That's amazing. I think I've got 150,000 views or something. I'm a long way to go. But you've been going a long time. Well done.
Thank you. I thank you. It's neat. You know, I guess I'm surprised I got this far. I really am surprised I got this far.
Oh, don't be so humble.
Oh. If we're going all night, chat, no, we're not. There is no goal. There is no goal tonight, chat. Dodging your Alanussy. Now, here's the deal, Luke. I'm actually, if you want your Alanussy tickled, I'm trying to work out with the unraveling them and because I know who they are. Them and another channel have reached out, talked to me, see if I come on and talk in the lead up to Richard Allen's trial. So there you go. That's
I want to know what an Alanussy is.
Yeah, Richard Allen. He's got his Allen pussy. He wants me to scratch his Alanussy. Okay. Yeah, his story needs soothed. Yes, Richard Allen's hearing tomorrow, and that's like probably tomorrow night is what we're thinking. They have not confirmed it with me, but that's probably when it'll be. And that means Wednesday night we'll probably hang out and do some YouTube members only. So
he got moved, didn't he?
What?
Richard Allen. He got moved to a different facility.
He got transported. Because when you went to the jail, you got a mugshot.
Yeah.
If you saw that mugshot of him recently, from yesterday or today.
Yeah.
That's what. So every time you come into a jail, you got a mugshot.
Yeah.
Part of the booking. Yeah, he actually looks healthy. I mean, he looks like
he didn't look too bad.
I mean, aside from the fact he looks like he murders people, with all his beard growing out, yes, he's looking healthy, which I'm hoping is giving him a chance. Yes, he's at the Allen County Jail. J-Rock says, make a goal. More. Yeah, well, at some point we will, just not tonight. I got to be up in the morning, and I am exhausted. I was a good boy today. I was working my dick off. Tomorrow in the afternoon, we will be back. I know they only do half days, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, from what I understand. I know you guys mentioned that earlier, so I think that's how they're doing it. They're doing like a half day on Tuesdays and Thursdays, so we're going to do it. He looks like you if you were a bit taller. Yeah, a little bit. So
okay,
I'm going to we'll catch up with the morning stuff in the afternoon. So I have stuff I got to do tomorrow. And then, yeah, the Richard Allen hearing is not going to be broadcast, so I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. How are you going to do that?
We'll find out. We'll find out for the reports.
Yeah.
Jim Cox says, don't know who you are. You're a big YouTuber. Yeah. I kind of don't want people to know because it makes things a little awkward at times. Luke says he's 5'5". The joke is you're a manlet. I'm 5'7", sir. Thank you very much. Although there was one time when I was at the doctor's office and I forgot to take off my shoes, I measured 5'8". So it's not wrong for me to say I was 5'8".
You're only a tiny bit taller than me.
Yes. Well, I am the biggest in the sector. Yes. Well, maybe by mass. Yes. Just only Clyde chew on it. Yeah. Well, Clyde liked those bull penises. So does Lainey, apparently.
The bull penises. Yesterday, I just tuned in the middle of that.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, hang on. Like, I'll start listening to Sean. Bull penises? What?
Yeah.
What?
So 2.0 ordered some bull penises and they came in today. And I gave one to Clyde and he's just like, And Lainey's got one too. She had the glide cam on, and they were taking turns chewing on their bull penises in front of the camera.
It's like, and you guys just kept going on about it.
Yeah, it's a little
for
weird.
ages.
It's a little weird. And it's funny because in the ingredient it says bull pizzle.
Oh, right. I didn't know that there was such a thing as bull penises for.
Watch this. How tall are
dogs
you
to
when
chew
you're
on.
laying on the scale? A lot. It's like that Family Guy where Meg goes to the guy, guess your weight, and he's reading the newspaper and he looks up at her and he's like, a lot. Like, yeah, that's all you need to know.
I like when Homer is at the science place and they're like, so we'll just check you by how long it takes you to stop jiggling.
Well, no,
Still win.
he gets his physical done.
Yeah.
No, it's when he's eating in the fat tank.
That's right.
He's like 127% body fat. It's like no eating in the tank. Yes, and then he licks my face. I'm not letting that happen. I'm making him lick a napkin first, and then he can lick my face. Your neighbor makes bull penis walk. Okay, now you're just making things up.
No.
Now you're just making shit up.
Making shit up.
There's no way.
Nah.
Like, how does that
Pictures
work?
or it didn't happen.
Like, are you braiding together the bull penises to make a longer one? Like, or do you find some like monster like woolly mammoth cock out in the woods and you're like, I'm gonna make a cane out of that? I think you're faking with us. I know that's not true. That's a NASA. It's technically J-Rock. How do you know? How do you know if you can make a walking stick out of bovine penises? How do you know?
Again, pictures or it didn't happen. Proof. Come on.
Here it says canes are the real thing.
Porcelain.
Yes, Bob. I also do like the one where Homer got the weight loss tapes and it was really just vocabulary builder. Yes. Penis walking canes are real. No, you're not. Plastics. Okay, well, yeah, but we're not. William Defoe cock canes. Yes. Google it. Fine, I will Google it. Oh, hold on here.
When he was looking up, when he's starting his own company, he's like, what should I be? President? No, junior vice president.
Wait, who said? Oh, Homer, yeah.
Homer.
Well, no, I like when he came up with his name. What's your name going to be? Max Power.
Max Power. I got it from the side of a hairdryer.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is what? Well, how does it? Every day, it's Steve Buscemi's right, and even though that Spy Kids movie was like probably, does God not talk to us anymore because he fears us, because he hates us? Does he fear what he's made us into? That's a bull penis cane. Features a wonderfully and professionally crafted petrified bull penis with a metal rod inserted in it. Oh, so now some people might be meeting their fetishes out of this.
No wonder it's scared. Get it?
Yeah. Look at this fucking thing.
It's been bashed.
You beat somebody robs you and you just beat them to death with a bull penis. Like, imagine how that works when you're in court. You're sitting at the jail and you get all fucked up. And you're like, what happened to you, man? Some guy pulled out a bull penis and beat the shit out of me.
Ram this up your ass.
Yes. Kelly R says, Mew's brother. Oh, yeah, I heard about that. He did give an interview. Was pretty interesting. The shocking history of Apple River, worth a watch. Okay, well, we'll have to work on that. Thank you for the super chat, Kelly.
Yeah, that sounds cool. We should look at that.
Oh my gosh, though. But yeah, not tonight. It's already almost 1. That's a lot of penis. It's a penis wrap cane like you never saw one. I have never seen one before. No. Sergeant Wank absolutely has one of those names, Chrissy. Ah. Oh, that would look good with your 3-piece suit. I don't wear a 3-piece suit. You would need like a boat sail's worth of fabric to make me a 3-piece suit. Costs too much money.
What, Robert? $750? Are you bloody kidding me?
No, it says it right here, $750.
US dollars.
Yes, $750.
Holy
$750. Yes. 750 American pesos.
That's like 10,000 Australian. No.
Yeah,
Like
that's like
1,100 Australian
no, that's
bucks.
like 34,000.
It's not.
Oh, yes,
1,100
it is.
bucks.
It's gonna be like it's like 34,000 dollary dues.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
For
Well,
penis.
how much is that actually? 1,100?
About 1,000. A little bit of, yeah, maybe 1,100 at the moment.
Oh wow.
We're doing pretty bad right now.
Oh, wow. Hold on.
But it's all right if someone pays me in US dollars.
Yeah, how does that work? Like,
oh, it's great. if like Lesko, for example, decides to PayPal me and he
so here you go.
forgets,
Yeah.
and he pays me 50 US.
US dollars is $1,135 dues.
Check me out. My math
So
went
what do you guys
bad.
call that 0.07? Is that called like cents or pence or what do you call it?
Cents.
Or shillings? I don't know.
No, we're just normal dollars. It's just that our dollars are buying many of your dollars right now.
More than 3
So
weeks
it works out
right
pretty
now.
well if it comes you to us, but it doesn't work very well if we buy your dollars.
It's like $1,300 New Zealand. Ooh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
J-Rock says they're like switchies in Georgia, bull penis. Canes. Is that the sidearm of the Georgians? The bull penis. You know, they wake up, it's like, I say good sir, I challenge you to a duel.
Mm-hmm.
It shall be bull penis is a dawn. And they square off in their second set and they're saying, Sire, no, please. And they go out and they start just the one to draw first blood loses. The one to draw first blood wins. They go the Victorian era ways when they're bull penis fencing. Take sword fighting to a whole new level. So, Boosteroo, have you ever heard of this?
What?
It's a sex
Boosteroo?
supplement made from kangaroo penis from land down under.
Okay, so there are a bunch of little supplements that are at the chemist. I think I've seen one with a kangaroo on it. That's probably what it is.
It looks like you could do a record, and apparently with the words "use comes now."
Oh, comes now. I love it when they say that in the documents. Comes now, Mr. Koberger.
Well, yes, now comes the. Well, see, here they don't do that. It's just like now comes the plaintiff. You know, now comes the plaintiff, Helen McHellerson, represented through and by counsel, undersigned counsel, Sean Martin. Yeah, that's how that works. That's a common. We do that here too. Now comes.
Now comes. Oh, it says now comes, not comes now.
Yeah,
Okay.
we don't do comes
It's
now.
Just
We do
it's
now
just as
comes.
funny. Now
Yeah.
comes is just as funny.
Yes.
Now comes Mr. Koberger.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. By and through his counsel and whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty funny. You want a kangaroo tail scarf? Hey, you know what? We sell kangaroo balls as
You mentioned this. Yes.
as
Mhm.
key rings and whatever.
Yes.
For good luck. Kind of like rabbit's foots.
Mm-hmm.
You
I want a
can get
kangaroo
them.
tail scarf. Is that a real thing?
Probably. We do all sorts of things with them because
I'll do a
they're
kangaroo.
tests.
I'll do a kangaroo tail ascot. That'd be fun.
Kangaroo tail what? Ascot.
Ascot. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Sure. Why not? Like we eat them.
Not good
we
luck
make
for the
scarves out
kangaroo.
of
Very
them.
true.
Just-
Are we going to cover this tomorrow? Yes. But I'm not covering this until probably around like 1 or 2 o'clock, guys. I got shit I got to do tomorrow. Court. I got to drop off a complaint to a process server. Got to get some stuff lined up. So, some things I can do. We'll find it. You guys will get a notice as best I can.
And then did you say Richard Allen tomorrow night?
Yeah, at some point it sounds like I'll be doing it. I just don't know when.
Well, I need to
you-
decide whether or not I'm
You
going
can
to
listen
stream the thing
Discord,
that got me
me,
in.
or you talking to Hella or me?
I think she's talking to me.
Okay.
Because yeah, we had to put out a few fires earlier
Oh.
that I might have started.
What kind of fires? Did it tell me the towers didn't burn down?
No, I kind of started a little bit of a social experiment, and it kind of worked a little bit too well.
What did you do? Try to draw people to you?
All I did was I started a Facebook group called Justice for the Wrong Person. And it wasn't called the wrong person. It was called Justice for JP Miller. Now, JP Miller happens to be a dude who just...
pastor. Yeah.
The pastor who just lost his wife.
Hey, there's actually, right now, it just seems sketch, but like...
Oh,
if he did it.
The autopsies just come back.
Hold on. Wait, time out. What's that? Coroner confirms it's self-inflicted, apparently.
Yeah, I know. Coroner confirmed it was self-inflicted, yeah.
But she shot herself in the back of the head, right?
No.
What? Okay.
Yep. So I don't really like all this vigilante justice that's getting around on all these true crime groups and that.
Oh, yeah, because you saw those groups standing out front screaming justice for Mika or whatever. And you're like, motherfucker, you don't even know if she's, like, who killed her yet.
That's what my problem is, right? I don't like it.
I told you about the, like, I've got the thing I'm involved in where I'm representing somebody and the true crime shit is run amok. And the person doing the true crime shit got indicted like for 19 counts.
This is my problem, right? So if I wanted to go after, clout,
it's all of you out there, you normies.
It's the normies, right? So if I wanted to go after clout, I would just go and do the whole, justice for Micah, and he's so guilty. That's what I'd do, and I'd get onto it right now because it just happened, right? So I didn't do that. I went the opposite way.
You should start doing them where it's like, justice for JP, and you should put little hearts on his eyes, and you should you should like Photoshop his head onto like fucking Ryan Gosling's body for Barbie and just be like,
you know what? I didn't have to do anything. All I did was make one group that just said justice for JP, and I put my stream on there, and I said this is a group for people who are interested in this case, and I left it there and I went to sleep because that was your morning. And by my morning, there were 400 people in there, all calling me a vile, disgusting human being. Excuse for a human being.
Oh my God, let me know. I'll come in there. I'll fuck with them too. Let me know.
Oh, and then this woman got into my private chat and tried to, and I let her, by the way. She got in there and she said, "Oh, I'm one of his family, and I've studied criminal law, and I can help you clean up the page. Make me an admin."
And then she tried to blow it up.
She did blow it up, right? Oh. And I thought this would be fun, right? Yeah. And I thought, okay, because I was just about to do my stream. It was like 10 minutes before my stream. I was like, all right. I didn't care about it, right? I was like, whatever. So I let her. And then literally within 10 minutes, the entire group was just all like, yeah, it had changed. Like the name of it had changed. The front page of it had changed. They were flaming me. They were calling me all sorts of names. And I was just like,
go back to fucking Canada. Anything like that.
It was so funny. So like, yeah, the first 10 minutes of my stream are all like me bringing up what they'd done and gone, guys, you think you won? You've just proven my point. Anyway, so... But yeah, we got the group back. Gabby in chat and I got the group back.
Wow.
And yeah, because they couldn't get rid of me because I'm the creator. So they couldn't get rid of me. So we got the group back. There's still lots of people in there who hate me, which is fine.
Let me know, Box. I'd love to come look for it.
Yeah, please. Are you on Facebook?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, come in. And it's just... I have not said anything about this guy being like a saint or he's done anything great. I said like 4 words, justice for John Paul, whatever he is, JP Miller. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And I said, you know, innocent until proven guilty once when I was asked. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else. And then when I streamed about it, I just went through all the things that have been reported. But no, how could you say that this man deserves justice? You are vile, filthy, disgusting. You know, how do you even know anything about it? You're on the other side of the world. You know nothing about it. It's like, well, do you know them? Oh, God. It was so funny. So anyway, yeah. Because beware the fake, potentially criminal Facebook accounts. It was it's quite amazing to see how quickly it all went down. Like, and how really militant these people can be. Like, YouTube's nothing, and X is just nothing compared to these Facebook people. They just get really angry really fast. Wow. So yeah, that was my morning. So yeah, I'm trying to decide whether or not I do anything more on that. I am going to do more on it. Can't help it.
Oh. No, Hella, send me the link on Twitter and I'll come in there and play around. It'll be fun.
Please. But don't you'll be called a vile, disgusting excuse for a human being.
That's fine. I'll troll the shit out of these people. Don't worry.
They like JLR though. Just be careful.
Who?
You know, Jonathan Lee Riches.
Who?
You know, the dude with 20. He's a vexatious litigant. 2600.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, him. Dear. JLR investigates Robert Lawrence.
Oh.
He has a quite large YouTube channel now. He just look at his Wikipedia, basically. The dude has quite the list of felonies.
Sleazy wants into. He wants to go felt some people.
Hang on, let me just get a link. Let me get a link, shall we?
Let these boomers find out about internet autism.
Oh yes.
You've got about 30 seconds, and I'm about to
fall asleep.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes, these are subpar towers, chat. I demand American building standards, not Chinese building standards. This is you bring great dishonor to us. Great dishonor.
There we go. Oh, I just posted as you. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Cool.
I need to poop. My consciousness. I need to take a poop in my consciousness. That's what I'm doing.
Well, that's what that Facebook link will make you feel like doing. Okay. Good too. That's awesome too.
Yes.
All right, we'll let you
Let's
go.
show Sean we can do it. But yes, Hella, thank you for that song. That's a great song. And yeah, so what's the rest of your week looking like?
Probably that. Probably fighting those people. I might do a Zach stream on Thursday.
By Zachary Anderson?
Yeah. Okay. And I might do another chili catch-up stream. That was fun.
Did you get to the point where you got arrested yet? Did you get to that point?
I've given up on the Ohio stuff. Yeah, we did do that. Yeah, we've done all that.
Where all the lights get dark and he's like, oh, and they all get all scared.
Yeah, we did all that. The last stream we did on Chili was we did some of his phone calls, so his jail calls. And he actually told people that he'd like them to go and follow Judge Zimmerman around.
Yeah, that's all. I heard that. I finally heard that one. I'm like, ooh. The rest of it, those sending letters and stuff isn't going to hurt her. So.
No. But the thing about, going down and watching her at the dog wash and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, that's not a good idea.
He's done a bunch of other calls since then. And the calls are pretty nuts. Go down and give her the bombastic side eye.
Yeah, it's not going to change anything for like. Yeah.
No.
So.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Oh, you want me to drop a link to the fight? Well, you want me to drop a link to the actual stream? I can do that.
Or to the Facebook. Yeah, to the Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Said there people will join in.
I did. I dropped a link to the Facebook group, but you guys need to watch the stream. The stream was fucking hilarious. They all got in there and started calling us names, and at one point, Dudley just lost it.
You and Dolly had a stream today?
Yeah, and they all came in and started calling us names and shit. It was so funny.
Oh. Oh God, I would have.
You would have loved it. If you were there, you would have.
I would have started
loved it.
gunslinging. I would have gunslinging slurs. I would have reached deep into the. I would have reached deep in my cartridge box. That'd have been like a machine gun. It'd have been like a minigun of slurs.
I know it was good. I gotta admit, it was good.
Well, we'll deal with them. We'll deal with them.
It was fun. Yeah, okay, I'll put it in chat now. That was just that link there. That was the stream from today. And yeah, some of our regulars were like, "Oh my God, what's going on? Who are these people? What have you done?"
Viewers though, so it works.
I know. Well, most of them won't be back, but we found a couple of like.
Yeah, and also
people.
that stuff.
It's
If
nice.
they leave you shitty comments, that's all engagement.
Oh, I'm happy with all that. Yeah, if we, I'm hoping I get a bunch
remember,
of nasty
thumbs down
comments.
are just as important as thumbs up. It's all engagement.
Oh yeah, I know. It's all good. I'm not upset about it. I found the whole thing to be quite amusing. Quite amusing. Anyway.
All right, guys. So hold on here. Apparently, we got to figure out how to make this play in. All right. I don't care if this is too long. I'm getting tired. Good night, guys. We'll be starting up in the afternoon. And yeah, in the meantime, I will see you guys till tomorrow. Remember, even though it looks like Karen redid it, even if she did do it, I don't think she's guilty. So, good night, chat. You guys are gonna get assigned out, so get ready for that. It'll be great.